Ontogeny. Glue is cheap.
Life was a song, you came along. I've laid awake the whole night through. If I but dared to think you cared, this is what I'd say to you. You were meant for me, and I was meant for you. Nature patterned you, and when she was done, you were all the sweet things rolled up in one. You're like a plaintive melody that never lets me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me. You're like a plaintive melody that never lets me free. For I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me.
It's Rudy Valley. It's Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley. Rudy Valley.
Girls are quickly forgotten and gone with the dawn of the day. Some you remember like last glowing embers, haunting your memory and dream. Oh, I'm just a vagabond lover in search of a sweetheart, and I know that someday I'll discover the girl of my vagabond I'm just a vagabond lover in search of a sweetheart, and I know that someday I'll discover the girl of my vagabond dream.
Wonderful, oh it's wonderful to be in love with you. Beautiful, you're so beautiful, you haunt me all day through. Every little breeze seems to whisper Louise. Birds in the trees seem to twitter Louise. Each little rose tells me it knows I love you, love you. Every little beat that I feel in my heart seems to repeat what I felt at the start. Each little sigh tells me that I adore you, Louise. Just to see and hear you is joy I never knew. But to be so near you thrills me through and through. Anyone can see why I wanted your kiss. It had to be, but the wonder is this. Can it be true someone like you could love me, Louise? Every little breeze seems to whisper Louise. Birds in the trees seem to twitter Louise. Each little rose tells me it knows I love you, I love you. Every little beat that I feel in my heart seems to repeat what I felt at the start. Each little sigh tells me that I adore you, Louise. Just to see and hear you is joy I never knew. But to be so near you thrills me through and through. Anyone can see why I wanted your kiss. It had to be, but the wonder is this. Can it be true someone like you could love me, Louise? Just to see and hear you is joy I never knew. But to be so near you thrills me through and through. Anyone can see why I wanted your kiss. It had to be, but the wonder is this. Can it be true someone like you could love me, Louise?
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. A very happy Monday to you. It is the start of a new week. And what a week it's going to be. Holy cow. Today, we are celebrating the life and work of famed paleo artist Charles R. Knight. So I'm glad you could be here today. I hope everybody's week is off to a good start. And for anybody who might be new here, welcome to Paleontologizing, and allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And, hello, sweetie pie. I'm here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach. So, during the summers, that means going out and doing fieldwork. Digging up dinosaurs and other fossils live on stream. But in the off-season, which is, 3/4 of the year, something like that, I'm here in my office, here in the San Francisco Bay Area, going over new fossil discoveries, new publications, answering people's questions about natural history, about the evolution of life on Earth, about dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs are what I work on. And this week, I'm getting ready for the annual Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which is going to be held in Minneapolis this year. So, going to be busy getting ready for that. Sweetie Pie is getting busy chewing on the camera arm there. Sweetie Pie. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. And, Telinkus, how are you? Telinkuska, rather. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Yeah. Good to see you, sweetie. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, it's good to have everybody here. I hope everyone's week is off to a good start, like I said, and it's gonna be a fun stream today. We're gonna get into Charles R. Knight and why he was such a pivotal figure in the history of dinosaur paleontology in particular, but vertebrate paleontology as a whole, I suppose. But yeah, before that we've got, well, I'll say hello to everybody, do some greetings, and then we'll assemble a 3D print as well. We've got another thing on the 3D printer right now. Take some guesses as to what that might be in a bit. But, yeah, first off, Sweetie Pie here, I think, needs some treats. What do you think about that, Sweetie Pie? First, let me brush her a little bit. Let's get you brushed a little bit, huh? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. It's been warm outside. Not like you're outside. You're in here, but you know. Gotta make sure we take care of some of that excess first so you don't overheat, huh? Huh. Yeah. Alright, I think she's done with the brushing. Let's just get you a treat, shall we? There you go, Sweetie Pie. There we go. Look, there's a bunch for you. Go nuts. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, hello everybody. Zote and Damer Namer. Take one, Bush Doctor, Sammy Keen, Quake, Cat, UT, Lordy. How are you doing, Lordy? Gamer Tragic, Tlin Kuska, Golganek, Claire Burr. I'm making my way up backwards. Thing from Somewhere, hello. Chris TS, Velk Koi, Crimson Carnotaurus, Fists of Snake, That Texas Cryptid, Kawaisapod, Awkward Cyborg, Classical Gas, Wombat Hole. How are you all doing? It is wonderful to have you here. Valkoi, this might be your first time here. It's the first time I've seen you in chat, I think. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you. Thanks for joining us. Grim Deviant, Death Dealer 40 Cal, Barnacle Bum, and the Lenina. Lenina, I hope you're having a safe journey home right now. Eddie Scarin, Steely Dan, Matt M33, and Mayfield Pemberley. Arle, I hope your week is going well too, Arle. It's good to see you. Bunch, Niffler, Kodali. It's good to see everybody. Hello. Tolkien Otaku and Neilf. I hope you're having a good day also. Sweetie Pie, is that? What do you think? Is that enough treats? You want some more? How you feeling? Zitrat says, nice cat, thank you. Yeah, this is Sweetie Pie right here. And she loves to push the camera around, as you'll probably see in a minute. And Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, Bullet. I hope you're having a good day so far. Sweetie Pie, looking so regal there. Licking your chops after those treats. Yeah, can we get some Sweetie Pie emotes going in the chat? Good stuff. Yeah, there we go. She is the queen of the castle. She is indeed. Huh, Sweetie Pie. Aren't ya? Aren't ya? Yeah. Anyway. It is good to see everybody. We're going to be talking about Charles R. Knight today. Who is, well, yeah, possibly the most famous paleoartist of all time. And with good reason. Mayfield Pemberley, how are you doing? Hello. Sweetie Pie, you just want even more attention, don't you? Yeah. It's like as soon as I start streaming, she comes over.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Fluffernutt, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the 18 months. Thank you, thank you. It's been my best year so far, too. I'm glad it's been good for you also. Where are you going now? Yeah, of course, in front of the camera. And what is this? Yeah. Kennedy, thank you for the 28
Is
months.
this the Dark Knight?
This is Sweetie Pie right here. See? Yeah, but I can see how you'd make that mistake. Huh. Yeah.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
And Michael F01, thank you for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate that. Keeping me here online. Helping me pay the bills. I appreciate it very, very much. Yeah. Sweetie Pie. Nice. Sweetie Pie, are you staring into the soul of chat? What do you perceive, Sweetie Pie? Do you judge them worthy? Marika, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Here, you hold down the fort for a second. I'm gonna go check on something. Alright, 3D printer is good. Isn't it, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. I don't know if I've 3D printed anything for you yet, have I? Have I? I don't think so. No. What would you like 3D printed, Sweetie Pie? A scratching post or a brush or something like that? Formula 1 race car? I don't know if I could do that, Sweetie Pie. Not a functional one, anyway.
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with
Steely
feathers?
Dan.
So I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy, but apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Almost a whole year, wow.
I know, 13 months, almost a full year, Steely Dan. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Real Jessica, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah, an extinct rodent as a toy, says PaleoStream. You know, that's probably not a bad idea. Or a big, a life-size Amblerisa or something like that. One of these giant Caribbean capybara-like rodents. That would be pretty neat. Anyway, PaleoStream, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see ya. We are talking all about paleo art today and Charles R. Knight. Yeah. But before that, I figure let's I'll see you in a bit, Sweetie Pie. Let's assemble this 3D print that just finished up this morning before I forget. While we're still waiting for some more people to trickle in. And we'll get into our Charles R. Knight stuff. But I was actually trying to find a Charles R. Knight illustration of this critter and haven't been able to find one. Which is interesting. It's one of those iconic early Cenozoic critters. You would think that he would have illustrated it, but I guess no one commissioned him to do so. It's a critter formerly known as Diatryma, now usually known as Gastornis. This gigantic flightless bird. Oh, hang on a second. Let's, there we go. Lovely critter. One that loomed large in my childhood. There was a particular Diatryma, aka Gastornis exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences in San Francisco that scared the jeepers out of me when I was a kid. Let's see if I can find you an illustration. Oh, interesting. Oh, there we go. See, I've been able to find these stock images of that exhibit, but there's another one right there. Yeah. Really, really cool critters. So, just after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs, you had the evolution of critters like this. Diatryma, aka Gastornis. Gastornis, I guess, is the name that most workers agree on is valid today. Anyhow, let me see if I can find you a clip from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts, just to kind of help set the stage for this, and then I'll show you the print. There we go. We'll try this. So this is not too long after the extinction of the dinosaurs. I think this is probably, what, early Eocene? And we've got these little ancestral horses here, like this guy. Oh, hang on.
So I can see that my
Sculpin.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you so much for the 17 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. Tier 3 is extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Helping keep me on the air with that generous support, Sculpin. You know I appreciate it. Let's get back to where we were. Imagine having a cat-sized horse. Yeah, I do have a 3D print of one of those guys, actually. Eohippus. It's not painted yet. Just a base coat so far. But, yeah. This is about the size of that critter. Oh, man, there's spiderwebs on it. After SVP, I should have some time to actually finish and paint a lot of these models. But, yeah. Check out this little guy. Very cool. The first horses are about this size. The first horses that we have from like the earliest Eocene, if I remember correctly. This is Eohippus. Once considered synonymous with Hyracotherium, I think specialists have since broken these guys up. Different genera now. But, yeah. This is life size, by the way. If I didn't make that clear. About the size of a small dog. And we've got him here too. Ooh. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, this is pretty soon after the end of the Cretaceous period, in the grand scheme of things. Only about 10 million years after, or less. There we go, check this out. Giant flightless bird. Actually related to things like geese and ducks. Yowza. So this is kind of the classic image that you see of this animal. That's from Walking with Prehistoric Beasts. There's a link right there. The end of the dinosaurs, I beg to differ. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yes. That being said, these animals are now thought to be mostly herbivorous. But, I just finished printing a skull of this critter. Gastornis, aka Diatrima. And we're gonna glue it together right now before we get into our Charles R. Knight stuff. Back of the skull, right here. Middle of the skull. And distal end of the beak. There we go. So it's got a very robust bill. Probably not adapted for eating horses, despite what we used to think. Anyway, let's glue this thing together. Workstation set up here. Cutting mat. Pieces. And let's get our glue. Right. A good comparison would be a giant terrestrial toucan. I love that idea, Paleostream. Actually, that's probably spot on there.
A secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Takai420, thank you for the 3 months of support.
Just using Prime to support science.
Thank you for that Prime there. I really appreciate it, Takai. Thank you kindly. Thanks for keeping me here online. Thanks for keeping me off the streets. Appreciate you. Yeah. Let's get our desk cam set up here. There we are. Adjust the focus. And let's get this thing glued, shall we? Should be a pretty quick job today.
Really?
And Darth Jacoby, thank you for the gift sub there.
11 gifted a tier 1 sub to the Mighty.
I appreciate that, Darth Jacoby. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. I've already sanded this to rough up the texture, rough up that surface so that the glue sticks better. And man, I am running out of this stuff. If anybody's feeling particularly generous, there's more of this on the wish list. Alright, so there's kind of our filler glue, and now... Oh boy, I gotta make a new aperture here. Grab my snips, hang on just a second. There we go. Running out of this glue pretty soon, too. Here we go. This is our super glue, which acts as an accelerant and kind of a rigidifier for the other glue. So, I found these two work very, very well in concert together. Alright, and here we are. There's our Gastornis snoot there. Lovely. All right. Just making sure that everything's lined up properly. Make my life a little bit easier later on when I go to smooth this out with some water putty and stuff. Nice. Very nice. And Princeton and Nerda, this is not a terror bird. So, Gastornis, aka Diatrima, from a different lineage of birds. They might even be galliform birds, related to, like ducks and geese, chickens, fowl like that. They're not related to terror birds. They are not close relatives. And they likely had a very different lifestyle, too. we'll talk about why that's the general consensus in a couple minutes. First, let's get this glued. Yeah. Alright. This took like an entire spool of filament. I was actually surprised how bulky this thing was. For a bird skull, it's remarkably thick. Like with 2 C's. Yeah. And did I make it hollow? Of course, Sheepdog. Yeah, only 5% infill. So as hollow as I can make it. With the slicing software that I have. Apart from 0%. But it's got to have some internal architecture or else it would just fall apart. Yeah, thick. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. There we go. Let's get this on here. Nice. Beautiful. Alright. Make sure we've got nice occlusion everywhere. Excellent. Yes. Beautiful. Tommy Platycus.
Those paws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Speaking of cool birds, check out that Hoatson. Tommy Platycus, thank you for the 22 months of support.
Mesozoic equals best zoic.
I would be inclined to agree, Tommy Platycus. Thank you for the 22 months of support. Excellent. Yeah, although there are some cool critters in the Cenozoic too, and you know, some of my best friends live in the Cenozoic. Our current time period. But check that out. Look at that. Very nice. Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that skull. Very nice. Once I get this smoothed and painted, it's going to be even prettier than it is now. Very, very cool. Now, these critters, these big flightless birds, Gastornis and kin, were pretty successful early on in the Cenozoic. Pretty wide-ranging distribution. We've got some from North America. We've got some from Europe. They might even exist elsewhere, too. Asia, I'm not totally sure. But let's look them up real quick, and let's talk about the current evidence for them being mostly herbivorous. Isotopic data, if I recall correctly. Gastornis. There we go. There is that skull. I think this might be the same exact specimen that this one is a scan of. It looks like it. Same fossa right there. Although, no, it looks a little bit different, actually. Yeah, we've got that almost like zygomatic arch thing going on in the picture that we don't see right here. So probably a different specimen, maybe? I'm not sure. Anywho, very cool. They live from the Paleocene to the Mid-Eocene. Wow. Let's see. Traditionally thought to have been predators of various small mammals, such as ancient diminutive equids, hence eating that small horse like you saw in the video clip. However, several lines of evidence, including the lack of hooked claws and known Gastornis footprints, studies of their beak structure, and isotopic signatures of their bones, have caused scientists to now consider that the birds were probably herbivorous, feeding on tough plant material and seeds. Gastornis is generally agreed to be related to the Galoancerae, the group containing waterfowl and game birds. And there's a really funny early illustration of this critter. Yeah. Very cool stuff. After Cope originally discovered Diatryma, I guess that was a junior synonym of Gastornis, it soon became clear that it and Gastornis were so similar that the former could be considered a junior synonym of the latter. Since Gastornis was named before Diatryma, when it turns out that they're probably the same thing, the earlier name is the one that gets to stay. We call this the rule of seniority in biological taxonomy. So if a critter gets named twice, it's the first name that is considered valid. First one to be published. Hence why, if you ask some paleontologists, like myself, Brontosaurus is a name that should probably be discarded, because it's almost certainly the same animal as Apatosaurus. I know people claim subtle differences between them. I don't necessarily buy that. Sauropod workers are kind of split on this. Anyway, it's the first name that gets to stay. Sheepdog says it's a missed opportunity to not name it Chocobo. Huh. But anyway, yeah. Known from a large amount of fossil remains. Anyway, good stuff. I'll give you a link to this. That skull right there is a sculpt. You can just tell by how it is. There's an AM&H specimen there. That's not what this one is based off of. It would be interesting to figure out what species it is that I've got here. But anyway, cool stuff. So welcome to the menagerie, Gastornis. I'm excited about this, chat. We don't have a lot of bird fossils in our 3D printed collection here. I've got a couple of Archaeopteryx specimens. And then this, I think that's it. Yeah, pretty cool. Golganek wonders if Gastornis would like their neck stretched. I bet you they would. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, Chocobo is from Final Fantasy. It's very much a Gastornis. Is it really? I gotta look this up. Chocobo. Now, this almost looks a bit more chicken-like. And it's only got 3 toes? That's weird. Somebody dropped the ball on that. Interesting. Huh. The way that the feathers look almost reminds me of like reconstructions of forest rakids, more so than this critter. These guys aren't normally portrayed for whatever reason. I guess it's just a trope. Those big feathers coming off the back of the head. Whereas forest rakids, like this illustration by Charles R. Knight, there we go. This one here, see? In fact, it might very well have been Charles R. Knight's depiction of this critter that kind of brought about that trope. Interesting. Yeah. So these guys were predatory. The forest rakids came later on. And I always spelled it wrong. There's an H after the second R. Okay. Anyway, these guys very much were... Actually, I think that's supposed to be a Diatryma too. Somebody goofed up there. Of course, it's Reddit. Anyway, these guys had hooked bills. They were once thought to have had claws on their forearms too. I think that idea has been pretty well dispelled at this point. But these guys were predatory. It's interesting that this kind of like large terrestrial flightless bird bow plan can be good for so many different ecologies. And Blob M3000, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Some of these guys were enormous. I think this is Kalenkin right here. These giant murderous hooked beaks. They were very much carnivorous. Not the sort of critter you want to run into in a dark alley or a dark prairie. Or pampas, as it were, I suppose, in South America. But, yeah. Prince Nidurda says, so did avian dinosaurs basically become those? Well, these guys evolved from dinosaurs, like all birds did. Yeah. What's interesting is that when your big your big predatory dinosaurs, carnivores, you know, and other like large theropods, when they go extinct, that bow plan is kind of recaptured later on. That niche almost is kind of recapitulated by these guys, the terror birds, Forest Rakidae. In fact, some people have even speculated that these guys might have had enlarged digit 2 killing claws, almost like dromaeosaurs. But anyway, yeah, much like the modern Seriema, they probably use their feet to dispatch prey, but also that huge, enormous beak. Super deadly beak like this. Look at the hook on the end of that. Oh, man. Like on Kalenken here. Yowza! Look at that raptorial beak. Like almost a nail on the end of it. Like people say about shoebill bills. Yowza. That is, that is a deadly weapon right there. Yeah. A skull-poking beak. Yeah, a skull-shattering beak. More like it. Yeah. And that's just the bony bit. Exactly wombat hole. With the keratinous sheath over it. Like with keratin beak material over the end of that. Think how much sharper and longer it would be. That is nuts, right? Anyway, that's terrifying, says Dart Jacoby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if SVP weren't coming up, and I weren't so busy getting ready for that, we would do a whole Terror Bird stream for, before Halloween, like we've done in years prior. But, not this year, unfortunately. Maybe we'll do one before Thanksgiving. We'll see. But, yeah. The reason why I've been so busy, of course, you haven't been here, is next week I'm going to be attending the 84th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, and I'll be presenting at least 2 posters there, which I still have to finish up. But SVP is our big annual meeting every year. We'll be talking more about this before I leave on Saturday morning, or really Friday night. We've got like a midnight flight. But yeah, I am pretty excited. And I'll show you one of the posters that I've been working on. I'll show you both of the posters that I've been working on. My first presentation here is on, well, the title is Examining the Pace of Dinosaur Discovery. There we go. So, yeah, looking at how many new dinosaur species or genera have been named within the past decade. And, yeah. This is an image that I put together with a notable dinosaur from each of these well, this is updated since then, but from each of these years: Borealopelta, Bajatosaurus, Navajoceratops, Stegosaurus. This is a work in progress, but Maip. This is Platytholus and Tyrannosaurus macraensis. This bar graph actually represents the number of different dinosaur species and/or genera named in each of these years from 2015 until 2024. This is still a work in progress. Yeah. So that's my first presentation, and my second one in the outreach session is all about Twitch outreach. Talking about these broadcasts, talking about the work that we've been able to do here, and that's what the viewer survey was all about, gathering data that I can use for this project. So this poster and the other one, I still have yet to finish. And that is why I'm going to be taking tomorrow off from streaming, as reflected in our schedule here. I've got to finish these posters. There's a lot of work to do, and in order for me to get that done on time, I'm going to take tomorrow's stream time off to work on the posters. But to make up for that, I'm planning on doing a makeup stream, bonus stream if you will, on Friday. And then it's Friday evening that I head to the airport and then fly out to the Midwest. So yeah, a no birthday stream for you? I'm sorry, Salamander, shoot. Well, you take some time for yourself, I hope. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, Casey Snort says a graphic designer trapped in the body of a paleontologist. I mean, I like to do some art and illustrations and stuff. Finish for SVP? Yeah, Golganek, yeah. This is going to be a lot of work, getting this all done in time to get the posters printed. But yeah. Anyway, we'll be talking all about that later in the week, so I don't want to belabor it too much. We've also got a brand new dinosaur to discuss from South America. New iguanodontian dinosaur. Little Speedo type guy almost. Small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. So we'll discuss that later on. But first, before I forget, chat, as I go to present this poster in particular to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, I wanted to have a little chat box over here as I'm explaining to colleagues how Twitch works and how these live streams can be interactive and why that's so important, so valuable as a science communication tool. I wanted to have an illustration of chat. And in order to do that, I figured I could just ask everybody to say hello to SVP, and then I'll take a screenshot. So how does that sound? In just a moment, I'm going to ask you to type out a quick message to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. To anybody who might be coming by my poster, and just say whatever you'd like to say. Let's see, we are 52 minutes into the stream. I'm going to make note of that. 52 minutes in. Brilliant. Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead. What would you like to say to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology? Yeah. I like your message there, Claire Bird. Setting says, hello, SVP. Can't wait to hear more from more scientists on Twitch. That's going to be awesome. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. And that should be just about good, I think. Yeah. Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. Excellent. Yeah. And a GIF, perhaps? That's going to be a little bit difficult. Well, it can't be an animated GIF.
Blue is cheap.
On a poster, Claire, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you, everybody, for the messages. Great. You'll see that later on the poster. Anywho, the subject of today's stream is Charles R. Knight. a legendary figure within the history of paleo art. Charles R. Knight lived and worked at a time when fossil science was really kind of maturing as a discipline, and he helped popularize the field of fossil science to the general public. Take a look at this video right here. Ah, good stuff.
Ray Harryhausen's was totally inspired by Charles Knight's Bushman the Gorilla from the Chicago Zoo. And it was that inspired his Mighty Joe Young. And that drawing, which is very famous and unique, is over at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. The exhibit from the page actually extends across the whole city to the other museum, and that very famous drawing is there.
Snort, this is right up your alley. I'm so glad you're here.
I understand from Ray Harryhausen that his dinosaurs inspired Willis O'Brien's King Kong.
That's true.
His dinosaurs inspired Disney's Fantasia, and he also was very much involved with Cecil B. DeMille, but they really came to him. His full concern were his paintings and his wildlife and his prehistoric, and they sought him out.
Interesting, Claire Burr. I've not even heard of that. Huh. Oh, yes, that mastodon sculpture right there. Is this same one right here? Yeah. So I was able to 3D print this a couple years back. And here it is. That's why it's on the wall today. This is one of two different Charles R. Knight sculpts that I have here 3D printed in the office. The other is his woolly mammoth right there. But, pretty cool.
A collection of paintings, drawings, and sculptures by artist Charles R. Knight are currently on exhibit at the Page Museum.
Yeah, the Page Museum, we visited there. We did a whole live stream from there just a few weeks ago. Here, I don't know if we had any... I don't think we had any Charles R. Knight paintings on display at the... They now call it the La Brea Museum. But, where was that? There we go. Tar Pit Stream.
I love this mural right here, too. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link.
Paramylodon and the same skulls represent only a portion of the more than 1,600 wolves. Steve back there was telling us it's over 4,000 at this point, whose remains have been found here.
And thank you, Clipper. There is, yes.
Wolves attempted to feed on animals trapped in the asphalt and became mired themselves. You can see they are not all exactly alike in either shape or size. Research on these minor differences is sure to yield information about wolf evolution and population structure.
Pretty cool stuff. This is my first time ever visiting the museum at La Brea. I've done a stream from La Brea in the past before this, but the museum happened to be closed that day. So it was pretty cool. Check out that link if you want to see that tour. It was pretty neat. Charles R. Knight helped bring these animals back to life through his paintings. Most of these are now at the museum in Los Angeles, what we used to call the Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History. I think now it's just called the Los Angeles Museum of Natural History. Yeah.
A collection of paintings, drawings, and sculptures by artist Charles R. Knight are currently on exhibit at the Page Museum, encompassing works that highlight the influence of a true visionary.
Big kitty indeed, Princeton Energy, yeah.
Charles Knight was the first artist to sort of combine an extensive knowledge of anatomy and physiology with...
And thank you, Lex in Lechuga. Lex in Lechuga, bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y gracias por seguirme.
a terrific talent for art, and he kind of put the two together with his imagination. He inspired so many people in our popular culture. There are so many filmmakers out there that credit him with their inspiration. People
incredibly
that
influential artists.
Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park will credit Charles Knight as being their inspiration for why they wanted to get into working with prehistoric creatures. Just an amazing, amazing artist. He was the first person, literally, to give people a sense of what these creatures might have looked like.
To appreciate Charles R. Knight's influence, one must understand that for a period of time, knowledge of the prehistoric world was based upon the mere assemblage of fossil bones.
Yep.
It took the genius of Knight to look beyond these bones by adding flesh and fur to add dimension and to envision the complex and mighty creatures that once roamed our primeval world. In the Charles R. Knight universe, huge woolly mammoths lumbered through an Ice Age tundra, while giant sloths and saber-toothed cats fall prey to the mighty tar pits of the Cenozoic era. In these paintings, he imagined, as no other artist had before, a dangerous and dramatic world, capturing a dynamic period in Earth's history.
His work still does hold up in a lot of ways, Caterpillar, at least artistically. The closer you move to the present, like these Cenozoic mammals right here, these sloths and saber-toothed cats and mammoths, those are still pretty accurate because we've got living representatives of all these groups. We've got sloths and cats and, elephants today. And Charles R. Knight was a keen student of animal anatomy who would often go to the zoo and draw them from life. But you go back further into time, into the Mesozoic, start looking at dinosaurs, and this stuff becomes a little bit more speculative. Our understanding of dinosaurs at the time that he was working was much poorer than it is today. And his work reflects that. But that being said, Charles R. Knight was prophetic in a lot of different ways, prescient, ahead of his time, in the sense that he tended to portray his animals, dinosaurs in particular, as being dynamic, graceful, active in a way that the dinosaur paleontologists of the time didn't think was the case. So his art was actually ahead of the science in a lot of ways. Today we view it as antiquated in many aspects, but for the time, it was cutting-edge science. In fact, his portrayals of dinosaurs held up much, much better than the science of the time did, if that makes sense. We'll get into that in a little bit. And there you go, Caterpillar, yeah. Imagine if he was alive today and compete with the data we have. Oh, yeah. It was because of the time at which he lived and worked that he's become so legendary. He was a pioneer in the field. And there you go. Leaping Laelaps. Exactly, Caravan. Yeah.
Some of the other items on display involve photographs and artifacts, including a few of the artist's personal items, like his wallet, as well as perhaps his most cherished personal item, one of his artistic palettes, still splashed with paint.
Beautiful. Oh, that's so cool.
These items share the spotlight with the main attractions, Knight's celebrated paintings, like this one of a fierce tiger guarding its prey.
So Charles R. Knight didn't just paint extinct creatures. That's not where he got his start. He'd always been intensely interested in wildlife, illustrating wildlife. It was only after kind of a chance meeting at the American Museum of Natural History that he was commissioned to produce an illustration of an extinct animal. And he was so good at that because he was coming from a place of intimate knowledge of animal anatomy and behavior and stance and gait and everything else, because he was such a keen student of modern animals, that gave him an insight that was invaluable for kind of resurrecting extinct animals. Does that make sense? Yeah.
That is considered my grandfather's finest big cat. And it's a Bengal tiger holding a peacock. And that was painted at the Bronx Zoo and in New York City.
Oh, you mean that the tiger was there and he painted it?
Absolutely. He did everything from life that he could outside of the dinosaurs, but he did his wildlife all from life and would go across country finding the finest specimen to paint. And in this case, he chose the Bronx Zoo.
Was he a New Yorker like you?
He was. He was born in Brooklyn, and he lived
died
in
in New York City, too.
But he traveled the country for the zoos and the museums.
Now you...
Yeah. Incredible artist. Koroslivska Krevetka says, any modern paleo artists do you like the works of? Oh, shoot. A lot. Absolutely. William Stout is an artist who, this might actually be one of his sketches. I don't know if this is a self-portrait, but William Stout is an artist I've talked about many, many times here on Paleontologizing. And William Stout did the sketches for Charles Knight's autobiography here. I'm very fond of the work of Gabriel Agueto. He's a well-known paleo artist today. Even of a paleo artist right here on Twitch, whom I admire as well. Joshua Knupe, Germany. Streams under the name PaleoStream. There we go. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yes. Check him out. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, and there's a number of other artists that I really like too. Not too many to name. Yeah. But yeah. And Casey Snowart says, I'd be so into a stream featuring some of your favorite and/or well-known paleo artists, past and present for the record. That would be cool, Casey Snowart. I wonder if there's like an International Art Day or something like that. World Art Day, Tuesday, April 15th. Maybe we'll put that on the calendar. See if I've got anything for April so far. April 15th is also the death day of Charles R. Knight. So I think that works out beautifully. World Art Day. Cool. I think we'll do that, as long as I'm here. I'm planning on doing a lot of traveling next spring, so no guarantees, but, yeah. Anyway. That would be so fun. I know I could use some more artists to look at. Thanks for considering it. You bet, Casey. It's a great idea. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to this. Oh, and somebody else had a question too. Joy Evil says, what are your thoughts on the increased seismic activity that hasn't been seen like this in over 30 years? Where, Joy Evil? So, seismic activity is always localized along fault lines. Is there a particular place where it's been more pronounced? Really, the person to ask about this would be Volcano Doc, who's a geologist who streams here on Twitch. She's going to know a lot more about that than I do. You know, I'm a paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs in particular. I don't know a lot about seismology. And whereas Volcano Doc is not a seismologist, she is at least, like, a hard rock geologist. She works on igneous stuff. She's going to know more about seismology than I do because that dovetails a lot more with volcano science than it does with dinosaur science, you know? So yeah, ask Volcano Doc. Yeah. Anyhow. And your childhood hero was Rudolf Zallinger. Very, very cool notes from Krautland. We've done a special stream about Zallinger's work. There we go. His museums across the Western West study dinosaurs and publish the scientific literature, and nowadays I'll give you a link to this. 5 days a week, right here on Twitch. So if that sounds interesting to you, then holy cow, we're in the right place. If you've got questions.
Introduce you to the largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span.
There's a link right there.
Years.
Yeah.
The Devonian period.
Oh, shoot. We did forget your dinosaur deep dive, not the brain. Let's do that real quick, and then we'll get... Anyhow. We will be getting back into dinosaur deep dives after SVP as well. I'm very excited about that. That's been one of the things that a lot of people put in their survey responses. But anyhow. Yeah. Notes from Krautland says, is it harder to dig for fossilized earthquakes? Yes. But yeah. Anywho. And Caterpillar says, can dinosaurs swim? Today they can, yeah. Yeah. Here. Yeah, some of them are very good at it. Here, take a look at this. Some of them really like the water a lot. Like this emu. Emus can even make short, like, ocean crossings. If they're swimming to, like, an offshore island or something like that. Yeah. We've got every reason to think that non-avian dinosaurs could also swim. We also have direct evidence of that from things like swim tracks. But yeah, anyhow. There's a video about this. Let's see. Could T-Rex really swim?
The skull of Tyrannosaurus rex, surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth are evidence enough of its efficiency as a hunter, and studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell.
Yep.
But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim? The sight of a Tyrannosaurus rex swimming with his young may seem surprising, but like all of the dinosaur behavior in prehistoric planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science. These mostly land-living predators were massive.
Anywho, we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but you got the link now if you wanna watch that after the stream. Eagle swam to shore with the salmon. That's nuts, Neil. Wow, I've never seen that. That's pretty cool. And Pliny the Other wants to know, are ichthyosaurs considered dinosaurs? They're not. No, but you went to Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. Very, very cool. Yeah. I did a stream from there. Last year.
To 180 million years ago, late Triassic. They have been swimming up and down the coastline of Page.
Back to paleontologizing. And again, we're here at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. And the nearest town to here would be what, Gabbs, Nevada? Yeah. This is Jeff Morris here, who is park supervisor, right?
Correct.
He's very
Did you meet Jeff too?
Agreed to take us on a little tour today. So cross your fingers that everything works properly.
Good guy.
We've got the Starlink router and my battery pack right there. Hopefully this signal reaches throughout the whole building. It's like, I don't know, hopefully it just kind of bounces around in here. And yeah. But anyway, good stuff. Everybody's saying hello to you too. So and thanking you for letting us pay a visit. So anyway.
And really, really cool stuff. One of the neatest places in the American West, if you ask me. Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park, one of the coolest places in all of Nevada.
So far.
Look at all those bones.
Some of those small phalange bones of the flipper.
Yeah,
still in situ.
So now you can see the length of the flipper being close to 6
Very nice.
Anyway, cool stuff. Here's a link to this video too if you want to watch that. It's a long time ago that I visited and it wasn't built up. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hey, 32-bit cat ears. Hello, hello. Anyhow, good stuff. Back to Charles R. Knight. Before I do that though, ichthyosaurs are not considered dinosaurs. There's a big like Shonosaurus type ichthyosaur, like we've got at Berlin Ichthyosaur State Park. Neither them, nor the mosasaurs, nor the plesiosaurs, both long-necked and short-necked, nor the marine crocodiles, or nothosaurs, or ankylosaurs, or placodonts, or whoever. None of these guys are dinosaurs. Not a single one of these.
They were finding fossils.
Is a dinosaur. And Curtis J, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. These belong to different branches of the reptile family tree. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur ancestor. As scientists, we classify living things based on their ancestry. Not based on vibes, not based on how critters make us feel or what they look like. It's based on their evolution. Every group that is a group all descended from a single common ancestor. For dinosaurs, that ancestor lived about 235 million years ago, give or take a few million years. Like maybe the end of the Middle Triassic period. And everything that evolves from that ancestor is a dinosaur, including birds. That's why birds are dinosaurs. But whether you're a plesiosaur, or a marine crocodile, or a mosasaur, or an ichthyosaur, you're not a dinosaur, because you didn't evolve from that ancestor. You evolved from other reptiles, and you're kind of elsewhere on the reptile family tree. Does that make sense? Yeah. This is, again, the most fundamental concept in all of biology, basically. And I don't blame anybody for not knowing it. Because it's just not taught in schools for the most part. Because people like creationists are very offended by this idea, and creationists have a lot of political power, especially here in the United States. So yeah. And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, how did a dinosaur turn into a bird? Slowly, generation by generation. Things like, theropod dinosaurs, which had already evolved traits like hollow bones, that two-legged stance that birds have, three-clawed feet with the hallux in the back, things like wishbones. Theropod dinosaurs already had all of those bird-like traits way back in the Triassic period. It's just a matter of developing feathers, which we don't even know. The first dinosaurs may have had feathers already. Feathers are very rarely preserved, so it's hard to tell. But anyway, it's only a few tweaks to turn a very bird-like theropod maniraptoran dinosaur like this into a bird. This is a done deal at this point. I mean, you talk to any paleontologist, talk to any evolutionary biologist, talk to any ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. In the same way that humans are a kind of mammal, birds are a kind of dinosaur. It's pretty cool to think about, because it means that birds never truly went extinct. In fact, we've got thousands of species of... did I say birds? Birds didn't go extinct. Dinosaurs never truly went extinct. We've got thousands of species of living dinosaurs today. How many?
Over 9,000!
Yeah. It's true, Sweetie Pie. It's true. Sweetie Pie loves looking at dinosaurs out the window. But yeah. Anyway. And Sci-Fi Wasabi, brilliant question. Did just 2 evolve, or did they all evolve at the same time? Fantastic question. As far as we know, all birds evolved from a single common ancestor. From one species of dinosaur, all the species of bird emerged. And any time that you get like a new clade that develops, it by definition has to all be from one species. So, yeah, it's not like all the dinosaurs evolved into birds. In fact, almost none of them did. There was only one species of dinosaur that all birds evolved from. Sometime back in like the probably Middle Jurassic period. Something that would have looked kind of like Anchiornis, perhaps. And holy cow.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
Thank you.
loses them forever.
Katerina Reyes, thank you so much for that recurring subscription there. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. Brilliant. Welcome to the community. Thanks for that pledge of ongoing support. I'll do my best to keep delivering good science content to be worthy of that support. Thank you for that. Yeah. Anyway. And Ariaxis, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sweetie Pie blocking the camera here. My goodness. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Anyway. And 32-bit Cat Ear says, do dinosaurs have a bone that allows them to roar like big cats have? It depends on what you mean by roar. Like, do alligators roar? They can certainly make loud bellowing noises that I would consider a roar. But did they roar in the same way that lions do? I don't think dinosaurs roared in the same way that lions do. But, yeah, they certainly would have made some interesting and intimidating vocalizations, I am sure. Yeah. Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anywho. What are you doing? Do you want some more treats? Is that why you came back? Is that why you've returned, Sweetie Pie? Okay, let's make that happen. Let's make that happen. Oh, what is this?
I think you should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Queen Chortles?
Activity.
Thank you for the 3 months of support. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. Let's celebrate with some cat treats, huh? QC, appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. There we go. There's a whole bunch for you, sweetie. My goodness. Well. Yeah. But yeah. And Sci-Fi Wasabi says you guys are just using faith, right? Like you can't prove it, but you have faith it is real. No. I think you're not quite getting this. Or maybe there's a bit of projection there. But the whole point of science is that we're testing ideas using evidence. We follow the evidence where it leads. There was a time before the 1990s that, you know, a few scientists had come to the conclusion, or suspected at least, that birds had evolved from dinosaurs. That's where birds had come from. But they didn't have strong evidence of that. Nobody had ever found feathers on dinosaurs, for instance. We didn't know yet that a bunch of theropod dinosaurs had wishbones. It was in the 1990s that a lot of new fossils came to light, and then suddenly, it's undeniable, you know? All of these different features that we thought were totally unique to birds, it turns out those are just hand-me-downs from dinosaurs. We'll be talking a lot about this in the month of November, or before Thanksgiving. In fact, here, somebody pull up the turkey command. But, yeah. Do we have hand-me-downs from dinosaurs? Yes! Anatomical hand-me-downs. Thank you there, Claire Burr. Excellent. So this is an infographic that I put together a couple years back. Talks about this. Your Thanksgiving turkey, just like all birds, is literally a dinosaur. There's a whole bunch of different anatomical features that you can find in your Thanksgiving turkey. You know, that's why some paleontologists call Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, Theropod Dissection Day. This is a day in which millions of people dissect a bird carcass, and you can find those dinosaur hand-me-downs in the skeleton of that bird. Things that no other creature has, except for birds and dinosaurs, like Velociraptor. A Velociraptor skeleton right here. Things from, like, that S-shaped neck like this, big deltopectoral crest on the humerus, a semilunate carpal bone, this very unique wrist bone that's only found in birds and Maniraptoran dinosaurs like Velociraptor. Those three-toed feet with the one toe in the back right there. The hollow bones. The wishbone, for crying out loud. Velociraptor had a wishbone. So yeah. And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, do humans have dinosaur hand-me-downs? We do not. No. Because humans didn't evolve from dinosaurs. Humans evolved from earlier mammal ancestors. We're super far removed from dinosaurs on the Tree of Life. We're not closely related to dinosaurs as human beings. Mammals are not. So we don't have any of these features. We don't have a wishbone. We don't have that ankle joint. We don't have the semilunate carpal, the wrist bone like that. We don't have an S-shaped neck. We don't have any of these things. Because we didn't evolve from dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, so fish and dinosaurs have bones, but we have different bones? No, I'm so glad you're asking these questions, because this is what I'm here for, you know? This is some serious science outreach right here. I love this. Dinosaurs and mammals, like us humans, both evolved from earlier fish ancestors. All animals that live on land and have bones, basically all animals that have bones, evolved from fish ancestors. They evolved from fish. That's why we've got the same bones in our arms as dinosaurs do. They're a lot different, but that's because we, as humans and dinosaurs, both inherited those bones from our fishy ancestors. Does that make sense? Yeah. Hey, Sweetie Pie, you're really kind of cramping our style a little bit. Can you move over there? Thank you. Yeah. Here, let me, pull up a clip about this. Here, I know that we just saw this recently. But we've got some new people here in the chat who I think would appreciate this. There we go.
This is a story that ends on top of the world with the most important discovery of my life. But
and that makes this fish. It does, Loonisaurus, yeah.
With a room full of human cadavers.
Samurai Pi says, I love your patience explaining these concepts. That's my job.
Ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department.
So this is Neil Shubin.
And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting them get to know me. They're launching their careers as future physicians, and there's some nerves and skittishness those first few days. And they almost invariably ask, Dr. Shubin, what kind of doctor are you? Are you a surgeon? Are you a cardiologist?
I love this.
And I'd say, well, no, I'm a fish paleontologist. And I'd give this look like, what? I want my money back.
Oh.
But it soon became clear that being a paleontologist,
hang on,
and not
thank you, Funny Bunny 46 for the
any
follow.
paleontologist, a fish paleontologist, is a very powerful way to teach human anatomy, because often some of the best roadmaps to our own bodies are seen in other creatures. Now, you might not think your body has much in common with a fish, but I see a family resemblance. On the surface, you're not very fish-like, I'll admit. But you are related to them, and the clues to that connection are etched in ancient stone.
We don't have hand-me-downs from dinosaurs, Sci-Fi Wasabi. You can only have hand-me-downs, like evolutionary hand-me-downs, from things that you evolved from. We didn't evolve from dinosaurs. Our evolutionary hand-me-downs, dinosaurs and us got some of the same hand-me-downs from our fishy ancestors, but none of ours come from dinosaurs. Does that make sense?
Fossils unearthed around the world reveal that fish are the first creatures with bony skeletons.
Yep.
They have backbones and skulls, just like you and me.
That's where we got those from early fish.
This shared anatomy connects us to fish, and to a long line of other animals.
And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, so where did fish evolve from? From basically like earlier proto-fish, some of the first vertebrates. Critters like Hycoichthyes. There we go, like this. This is one of the first creatures to have a notochord and like remnants of, the beginnings of vertebrae like this. And this evolved from earlier, almost like tunicate-like animals. So yeah. Does that make sense?
To see what I mean, imagine the complete history of life on a giant family tree. From the first microscopic organisms billions of years ago.
So again, this is like the most fundamental concept in all of biology, and it's a real shame that this sort of thing just isn't taught in schools, for the most part. At least here in the U.S. People in other countries, they get to learn about this because, I don't know, they don't have creationists, mucking around with things, trying to keep people ignorant. At least not to the extent that we do in the U.S. Yeah.
To all animals alive today, our history lies on one branch of this tree of life. And we can trace our ancestry back. Around 400 million years ago, you'll find fish swimming in oceans and streams.
And starting off at 400 million years ago here is a bit of a, it's a bit arbitrary. Like, you don't have to start right. You could start at any point. But for the purpose of this story, they're starting out 400 million years ago. This is a fish called Eusthenopteron right there. We've got excellent fossils of this critter. And it's got these kind of fleshy-looking fins. It almost looks like they're ready to kind of turn into limbs here.
40 million years later, the first amphibians appear on land.
Yep. So again, a critter that looks kind of fishy, but
Then
it's
we
got
see
limbs.
reptiles.
You
Followed
get
by
animals
first
with limbs on
mammals
land.
200 million years ago. And much later, we arrive at our special branch, primates.
Yeah.
This history tells us something remarkable. Every reptile, bird, and mammal alive today is descended from ancient fish.
Yep.
And that includes us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So how does this legacy play out in our anatomy?
Each one of us, walking around in this lab today, carries the history of life within us.
This is
and
so
the
cool.
evidence is seen in every part of our bodies.
And Sci-Fi Wasabi says, did we find the missing link between ape and human yet? Which one? There's like dozens and dozens that we've found so far. Absolutely, yes. What's funny is that every time you find a new fossil, you get people like creationists who go, well, now there's 2 new links that are missing. You know? You find one between early hominids and humans, and then they go, well, now there's 2 more gaps. And then you find a fossil here and a fossil there, and they go, well, now there's 4 gaps. And it's just this recurring thing that, you know, if somebody doesn't want to accept this sort of thing, then, you know, then they won't, I guess. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and we got an ad here. Shoot. A bunch of people are not going to be able to see me, probably including Sci-Fi Wasabi. But yeah. And Ms. Yvette says, does Danny know Papa Jim got an award? I do know about that. I was talking to Jim about this last week. Yeah. Oh, this is excellent. Thank you, Ms. Yvette, for sharing. Yes. Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah, just got the Governor's Award for Excellence. Of course, nothing great ever happens without my right-hand man, Don DeBlue, the assistant state paleontologist. And there's Jim right there, and Don. Oh, man, this makes me so happy. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, they clean up well. That is, really exciting. Rakadactylus says, oh, man, Don looks dapper as heck in that outfit. Yeah, I know, right? Congratulations to Jim Kirkland for winning the Governor's Award for Excellence for Outstanding Public Service. I work with Jim and Don during the summer, and they were on my streams left and right this past summer, obviously. So big congratulations to Jim Kirkland. Holy cow. Here, let's here's Jim and Don right there.
I know you're fond of saying that you could have, what, 100 crews out here every summer for 1,000 years. What's the limit?
I mean, this site just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
You know, always, you know, and we're just starting to get below. You still got root mats coating all our bones here.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's like, you know, we're not into really pristine stuff.
Sure, yeah.
You mean Jim Hyperbole Kirkland? I never say anything like that.
Here's Don.
But it's true.
Yeah.
It covers a huge area here, and you know, as we dig, also there'll be
crews for
nothing.
1,000 years, or 1,000 crews for 100 years.
So at the rate we're going, 5,000 years.
Yeah.
You know, a couple weeks here, but it's not going away. You know, and it's always, you know, I've published stuff with John Foster on managing mega sites.
Sure.
Because
yeah,
you know, a lot of sites, you find a dinosaur, you dig it up, and the site's gone. You know,
yeah.
You dug up the site. This is a site like big archaeological sites like Chalk and things. This site is always going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And
almost inexhaustible.
Researchers are going to be wanting to approach with new techniques.
Yeah.
And things like, and you know, this is way bigger.
Anyway, good stuff. That's Jim Kirkland there. Papa Jim. as we call him here on this channel, who just got the Governor's Award for Excellence in Outstanding Public Service. There we go. There's Jim and Don. Papa Jim and Uncle Don. And there's Jim accepting the award from the Governor of Utah. Very, very cool. Thank you, Ms. Yvette, for sharing. I appreciate that. By the way, yeah, anyway, let's get back into this. But thank you, Ms. Yvette, for sharing. Yeah. Anyway, back to where we were, talking about why it's so important to understand our evolutionary history and why that helps us understand our own bodies and understand ourselves.
And not just in our bones.
Here, I'll go back just a touch.
And the evidence is seen in every part of our bodies.
And not just in our bones. Even the complex tangle of nerves inside the human head makes much more sense when you realize it's the same basic wiring found in fish.
Yep.
But there's one defining piece of human anatomy that seems remote from the world of fish. And I vividly remember when it first captured my imagination.
So this is...
When I walked into the anatomy lab
harrowing,
the first time, I was sort of scared about what I was going to see, what I was going to feel. But the reality is, after the first few weeks, that fear turns into a sort of a cocky self-confidence.
Until...
These things, you know, when you dissect them, it doesn't look very human. It kind of looks like a wax model in a lot of ways. But then you hit the hand. And for me, as I unwrapped the gauze and revealed the palm, the fingers, the fingernails, something else hit me entirely. And that was a deep sense of connection. A connection to another human body lying on that slab. This was not a wax model that I was dissecting. This formerly was a person who lived a life just like I am living now.
When I see the anatomy within the human hand, I'm in awe of the intricate connections between bone, tendon, and muscle.
Might seem a little grisly, but it's beautiful in a way too.
The action of these muscles through the tendons.
Check that out.
The hand does its, it does its magic, if you will. So that when the muscles fire, it pulls on these tendons and watch. The fingers flex.
Yeah.
Now, the fine muscles of our hand, these little tiny muscles that lie along the tendons, these are the muscles that control the fine motion of our fingers. These are the ones that are quintessentially primate and human.
Yep.
So where did this marvel of evolution come from? It clearly has deep roots in the past. And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures.
Oh. Hang on, Mother Cat says, I don't think I could do something like this. Kind of freaks me out. It does for me, too. I get really squeamish about stuff like this. I much prefer fossils. I'm not good at dissections, but I've done them before. Like, you've got to understand anatomy if you're going to be the kind of paleontologist who works with anatomy like this. That's always been a huge challenge for me. I get really squeamish. I get really squeamish cutting up a steak. You know, like I get chills when I do that because it's like just the idea of cutting through meat. It's like it almost hurts me to do it. I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm a vegetarian. But that being said, this sort of thing is so important to understand. Because once you start to understand the pattern here, suddenly everything makes sense, you know?
More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals.
Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century. He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery. And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different, he started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Whether it's a bat, Or a cat?
It was as if the same set of bones was
Or a
being
crocodile?
squashed or extended to perform different functions.
They are the same bones. Why?
Here's a dog. Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone, two bones, little bones, and then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or toes.
Yeah.
And, of course, here's a bird. Its limb has been modified into a wing, and it has one bone, two bones, lots of bones.
Little carpals, wrist bones. Yeah.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely the same as ours.
Yep.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today,
Every vertebrate
has this
animal.
fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers.
To Owen, this is a mystery. Like, why would they have this? Because people back then kind of thought that, like, all animals just kind of, like, poofed into existence. Either they, I don't know, by, like, supernatural means or something like that. But if that were the case, why would they all have variations on this same theme? And why would it be like a gradient across different animals? Why would it be clear that certain animals are more closely related to other animals because they're more similar like this,
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin,
Chucky
which
D.
basically said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
These are hand-me-downs from that earlier ancestor.
we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going back in time down our family tree.
And it does kind of bug me that they go on and on about Darwin in these documentaries like this, and I understand why. It's because these are aimed at the general public, and the general public has heard of Darwin. You know who Chucky D is, you know? But you probably haven't heard of Ernst Mayr, George Gaylord Simpson, or the thousands upon thousands of other evolutionary biologists, paleontologists, anatomists, osteologists, who have come since Darwin. You know? Everybody knows Darwin, but Darwin's dead, you know? This isn't his idea anymore. Sure, he was like an early pioneer in this field, but we've moved so far beyond that, you know? Most of his ideas have held up remarkably well. But I almost feel like it does a disservice when we just go on and on about Darwin in documentaries like this. I get why they do it, but yeah. Anyway.
Starting with our primate ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own.
Yep. Mendeleev wasn't a biologist, Spartan, but
we find deeper similarities in the paws.
Different kind of scientist.
And we see
He's
how
a physicist,
paws
right?
emerged from more distant relatives.
And Funny Bunny says it's like psychology and Freud. Yes. Yes. Agreed. Like Freud was really influential in his time. He helped establish the field of psychology. But the field has moved on past him. I would actually argue that the field has moved past Freud much more than biology has moved past Darwin. Like, Darwin was wrong about very few things, it seems like. Freud was probably wrong about more, proportionally, you know? But still, it is annoying to specialists in the field that, like, this one person gets all this attention. I know they were extremely influential, like, they helped establish the field in the first place. Darwin really was, like, one of the very first biologists, honestly. Like, he helped establish this entire field. But I get the sense that people who don't know a lot about biology, people in the general public, they think that biology stopped with Darwin. That the field of you know, evolutionary studies stopped with Darwin. But no, Darwin was just the very beginning of that, you know? He helped build a really strong foundation there, much of which exists to this day. There are bits that have been tweaked or modified or found to be incorrect with new evidence. We revise these things, but I don't know, old Chucky D, he was really onto something. But his understanding was so incomplete compared to what we know today. For instance, like, we had hardly any fossils at all when Darwin was writing on the origin of species. And now, you know, fossil science provides us some of the very best evidence for, like, the tempo and mode of the evolution of life on Earth. Like, so much of that information comes from fossils, which Darwin knew nothing about because of the time at which he lived. He just didn't have the fossils yet. You know, paleontology was in its very infancy back then. So yeah, anyway. Oh, we're talking about Ford's cars. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna take I'm gonna drive my Toyota Prius to the museum. You know, my Henry Ford's Toyota Prius. It's like, what? Sure, Henry Ford was a very influential figure in the early history of automobiles. Sure, I guess you can trace the Toyota Prius back to Henry Ford. But do you see how that it feels weird? You know, there's been a lot that's happened in the automotive industry since Henry Ford. So yeah. Anyway. Rhacodactylus says that Sigmund Freud had some good ideas in early neuroscience and later founded the field of psychoanalysis, which helped frame the unconscious mind as important for understanding psychology. But he got a ton of stuff wrong because, hey, early days, there you go. You can't get everything right out of the gate. Holding on to Freud's ideas is terrible. There you go, Rhacodactylus, yes. So that's why I would argue that Freud is not a perfect analogy here, because most of the stuff that Darwin was writing about, he got right. It's incomplete, but there's very few, like, egregious errors or things that he just outright got wrong. Like, he was a very careful scientist.
The age of reptiles.
He got a lot right. And, like, decades, centuries even after his death, it's found that his instincts on things were pretty spot on. On a Cage UK, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But yeah. Oh, Mendel, there you go. Yeah, Gregor Mendel, Spartan. Yes, indeed. Yes. Gregor Mendel, who was a member of the clergy. He was a monk in Belgium? It was Gregor Mendel. Anyway, yeah. There you go, dinosaurs. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And interesting, Rhacodactylus says some of the stuff that Freud got right still holds up today, is incredibly boring and technical minutia. Stuff Freud got wrong is what he's best known for, which is very sad in a way. Oh boy, yeah. Kind of researcher's worst nightmare, right? Yeah. And Funny Bunny says, would you have a stream about the other important people? We do all the time. Oh yeah. Yeah. Although that would be a really interesting idea for a stream. You know, we usually do a Darwin Day stream every year. Yeah. Here's one from, which means from last year, right? Probably gotta be one of these. It's gotta be... Am I wearing the same shirt? I am. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway, here's a link. But we always do a stream, so this is on February 12th, birthday of old Chucky D. But, Alfred Russel Wallace, sometimes called the co-discoverer of evolution, he discovered evolution at the same time that Darwin did. He doesn't get as much credit because he didn't publish as much, and he wasn't as influential, but it's an interesting vindication of Darwin's ideas that somebody else working at the same time, halfway across the globe, really on the other side of the world, working in Malaysia and Borneo, he came up with a lot of the same ideas. He, like, independently discovered natural selection. Alfred Russel Wallace. So anyway, this was, anyway, I forget what day this was, but here's a link right here. Alfred Russel Wallace stream. We should do another, it would be cool to do a stream about other important figures in the history of evolutionary science. You know, Ernst Mayr and George Gaylord Simpson and Theodore Dobzhansky and figures like that. That would be really cool. Yeah, maybe one of these days. Yeah. Yeah, and what did Simpson do? So Simpson was part of what we call the modern synthesis for evolution. So George Gaylord Simpson was a paleontologist who helped kind of, well, shoot. Let me first explain what the modern synthesis was. So old Chucky D, Charles Darwin, came up with this idea of natural selection and evolution. Alfred Russel Wallace kind of independently discovered it at the same time. They published a few papers jointly on this. But they weren't looking at things like fossils. And they certainly weren't looking at things like DNA, which hadn't been discovered yet. Oh boy, and here comes a big raid.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Hang on.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
I am Trevorme. Thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here.
Have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
How are you doing? It is good to have you here. I'm Trevorme. How did your stream go? You doing some just chatting? I'm glad to have you here. Trevor May, retired MLB pitcher, Major League Baseball. Is that right? Game over? Or is that just a coincidence? Played for the Oakland A's? Well, well, well. I happen to be streaming to you from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. I know we're seeing the Golden Gate Bridge right here. But I live in Oakland. Very cool. Awesome. Well, Trevor May, if that is you, if it's the same Trevor May, hello, hello. Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. And Mini Pie, how are you doing? Our second cat of the day. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's the same Trevor May. Very cool. Well, Trevor May, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch doing some science outreach, education, answering people's questions, talking about new fossil discoveries, digging dinosaurs live on stream during the summers, and just trying to give people an inside peek into fossil science, paleontology. How does it work? Why is it important? Why is it relevant to your everyday life? That's what we talk about here. So welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. And hello, Mini Pie. Wow. Hi, Minnie. Here, let's get our cat cam going here. Yeah, Mini Pie. And what is this? Funny Bunny 46, thank you. Thank you very much for that subscription there.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Funny Bunny. I appreciate it. Didn't you just follow and now you've subscribed? Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Holy cow. Excellent. And Mini Pie is very appreciative too. I have to pay rent to these cats. They are my landlords, so every subscription I get helps with that. Huh, Mini Pie? Yeah.
Rob, you don't need to salute the paleontologist.
Pastel Kaiju, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. And Mother Cats, yes indeed. That was from, shoot, what film was that? Was that The Deadly Mantis? MST3K? Did they ever do that one? Anyway. We'll get back into our... Well, it's the birthday of Charles R. Knight today, famed paleo artist. We'll get back to him in a little bit. But we're talking about... We had some really good questions about how evolution works and all that. So let's continue with that real quick. Here. Scoot back just a titch.
Fundamental pattern of one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers. Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin.
Old Chucky
which basically
D.
said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
Yep.
According to Darwin, we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going back in time down our family tree.
You know what? That's exactly how it works.
Our primate ancestors,
when you test it out,
hands and limbs that look very similar to our own.
This is what we see.
Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws. And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives.
Paws like Mini Pie has.
And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's one bone, two bones, lots of bones pattern.
Express you a little bit.
But when we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago, instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins. And that brings us to a great mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs? Darwin boldly predicted that there must have been ancient animals, transitional forms, that bridged this gap.
So, missing link is the term that you hear a lot.
Would it have limbs, or fins, or both? Such a creature reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand. I set out to find one.
Yep. And that's kind of what the rest of this is about. Well, a big part of it, at least. Here, I'll give you a link. And black screen says Fujoshi Viking Wolf. It certainly looks like that, huh? That's because of Mini Pie here. Pushing our camera around. Oh, Mini Pie. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. Her tail is flopping around a lot. She's, I think, a little overstimulated. Anyway, we had a couple other questions from Sci-Fi Wasabi. Not to get one guide about this, but Sci-Fi Wasabi said, did everything die with the dinosaurs? So when that asteroid hit 66 million years ago, it did knock out about 80% of life on Earth, give or take a few points, including about 40% of freshwater fish species, 20% of crocs and champsosaurs, 22% of turtles, 22% of salamanders and their relatives, 92% of lizards and snakes, 94% of the birds at the time. I think I saw you asking if there were birds during the time of the dinosaurs too. Birds show up about halfway through the age of dinosaurs. Maybe a little bit before halfway through. But yeah, they evolved from earlier dinosaur ancestors, and then they almost get wiped out when that asteroid hits. 94% of bird species disappear from the fossil record when that asteroid hits. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs die out. And then 90% of the mammals. Mammals are the group that we belong to as humans. You know, primates, which we belong to, are a group of mammals. Mammals almost get wiped out also. Almost completely gone. 90% of them dead. Which is nuts. So yeah. Yeah. And Caterpillar and Ice Allen, yeah. Crocs and turtles. So these are creatures that, they could feed on dead stuff in rivers and lakes and swamps. They tend to have slow metabolisms. They also tend to be burrowing animals. So they were definitely at an advantage in the sense that, you know, they could kind of wait this out in a way that other animals couldn't. Does that make sense? Like, if you're looking for a creature that can kind of wait out a nuclear apocalypse, turtles, crocodiles, you know, as long as they've got burrows, they've got clean water. They did have at the time. Relatively clean, I guess. I don't know. It's not like it had industrial pollutants in it. Didn't. Just ash and soot and dust and stuff. Yeah, they made it through. Yeah. And Marika says roaches survive everything. That's actually kind of an urban legend. Roaches are very, very susceptible to cold. We wouldn't have cockroaches in most of North America if it weren't for heated housing. They do not do well in the cold. They tend to freeze really easily. So, ironically, roaches would not do well in like a nuclear winter scenario. I think that urban legend comes from them being... They are resistant to a lot of radiation, but they don't do well with cold. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. That's it. This winter I'm using no heat. I mean, that would do it, Caterpillar, yeah. Heated houses and sewers, Caravan. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, and Shark Geek, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Good to have you. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. But yeah. Yeah, and Muso doesn't like paleontology? The history of life on Earth? Oh, you're talking about roaches, Muso. Sorry. Yeah. Well, we're not going to be talking about roaches for very long. Yeah. Anywho. If you'd like more information on evolution and the history of life on Earth, absolutely check out Your Inner Fish. There are ways that you can... So this is through PBS, our public broadcasting service here in the U.S. So if you live outside the U.S., you might not be able to access it, but maybe I can give you a YouTube link. There we go.
Roots in the past.
Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. Here is a YouTube link. You have a command for that. Thank you, Claire. Excellent. Yeah. Red Crayon Bandit, try the YouTube link. Hopefully that'll work for you. But we were talking about Charles R. Knight. Let's get back to that. In fact, let me go back to the beginning of this video. We're only like 3 minutes in. Because we had so many new people show up. But yeah. But yes, Class Calico. Yes, indeed. The history of life on Earth shows that, like, we as humans are by no means inevitable. That, like, human body plan is weird and kind of a... We as humans love to be so self-centered about things. Go, well, we are the the pinnacle of existence, and so everything wants to be us, and that's very much not true. So I agree with you, Class Calico, yes. And we are talking about Charles R. Knight. We're supposed to be anyway. Yeah, and you're welcome, Red Cran Bandit. Here. Charles R. Knight is the subject of today's stream. I know we went kind of far afield there, but it's a live broadcast, and these things happen, you know? Charles R. Knight is one of the most famous paleo artists of all time, extraordinarily influential.
Ray Harryhausen's was totally inspired by Charles Knight's Bushman the gorilla from the Chicago Zoo. And it was that inspired Mighty Joe Young. And
this drawing that Charles R. Knight did,
which is very famous and unique, is over at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County. The exhibit from the page actually extends across the whole city to the other museum, and that very famous drawing is there. And I understand from Ray Harryhausen that his dinosaurs inspired Willis O'Brien's King Kong.
Yep.
And his dinosaurs inspired Disney's Fantasia.
Yes, indeed. I love that they picked this in particular because there are shots from Disney's Fantasia from the Rite of Spring sequence. Rite of Spring. There we go. Let me see if I can find that particular clip. This was very heavily influenced by Charles R. Knight's work. This right here, this is the shot I was looking for. This right here, very heavily influenced by this particular piece that Charles R. Knight did. The man was a virtuoso. His work just had this way of inspiring other people to create their own work. And part of that was the time at which he lived. He was one of the very few people doing good reconstructions of extinct animals at the time. But he was so good at it that he inspired other people to kind of remix his work. You know? Does that make sense?
He also was very much involved with Cecil B. DeMille, but they really came to him. His full concern were his paintings and his wildlife and his prehistoric, and they sought him out.
Again, there's our mastodon right there. He did work in oils, Mizabed, yes. I don't know if they'll mention it in this video, but Charles Knight was legally blind. He had extremely poor eyesight. He had to paint only a few inches from the canvas, like with his face right up there against the canvas. He had special glasses that he designed, or that were developed for him, or something like that, in order to help him see. But yeah, he was legally blind, could not drive a car. Yeah.
Collection of paintings, drawings, and sculptures by artist Charles R. Knight are currently on exhibit at the Page Museum, encompassing works that highlight the influence of a true visionary.
Charles Knight was the first artist to sort of combine an extensive knowledge of anatomy and physiology with a terrific talent for art. And he kind of put the two together with his imagination. He inspired so many people in our popular culture. There are so many filmmakers out there that credit him with their inspiration. People that worked on, Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park will credit Charles Knight as being their inspiration for why they wanted to get into working with, prehistoric creatures. Just an amazing, amazing.
His legacy
artist.
lives
He
on
was the
today.
first
So many
person,
ways.
Literally to give people a sense of what these creatures might have looked like.
To appreciate Charles R. Knight's influence, one must understand that for a period of time, knowledge of the prehistoric world was based upon the mere assemblage of fossil bones.
Yep,
It took
and
the
not very
genius
many
of
fossil
Knight to
bones
look
at that.
beyond these bones by adding flesh and fur to add dimension, and to envision the complex and mighty creatures that once roamed our primeval world. In the Charles R. Knight universe, huge woolly mammoths lumber through an Ice Age tundra, while giant sloths and saber-toothed cats fall prey to the mighty tar pits of the Cenozoic era. In these paintings, he imagined, as no other artist had before, a dangerous and dramatic world, capturing a dynamic period
There
in
is
Earth's
just
history.
drama and a certain regalness in his work. Caravan says he depicted dinosaurs, etc., as animals, not as monsters. Yes, and he knew his animals so well.
Some of the other items on display involve photographs and artifacts, including a few of the artist's personal items, like his wallet, as well as perhaps his most cherished personal item, one of his artistic palettes, still splashed with paint.
I see oils there, Ms. Yvette. There you go.
These items share the spotlight with the main attractions, Knight's celebrated paintings, like this one of a fierce tiger guarding its prey.
Yep. Look at that. Just the way he's able to capture the spirit of this animal.
Big cat, and it's a Bengal tiger holding a peacock, and that was painted at the Bronx Zoo and in New York City.
Oh, you mean that the tiger was there and he painted it?
Absolutely, he did everything from life that he could outside of the dinosaurs.
So when Charles R. Knight started on early in life, his father, who was like a big-time admirer of nature, had some books on natural history. So Charles Knight started early on in life when he was a kid, just kind of sketching the same illustrations in these books. So copying those illustrations. He probably started off tracing them, and then moved on to, sketching them by looking at them. And then later on in life, he stopped doing that entirely. He moved to just looking at animals in the real world and drawing them in real time. Not from pictures, not copying pictures, but seeing that real animal and sketching it from life.
But he did his wildlife all from life and would go across country finding the finest specimen to paint. And in this case, he
And you're
chose
correct,
the Bronx
Class
Zoo.
Calico. You were absolutely correct.
Like
with
you?
that,
He was. He was born in Brooklyn, and he lived in New York, but he traveled the country for the zoos and the museums.
Now, you actually knew your grandfather for a period of some 18 years, I believe.
I did. I grew up with him.
What was he like?
He was very soft-spoken, very gentle. Unlike most artists, a total extrovert. He talked to everybody. He would gather, if we went to the zoo like for this or wherever, and he would be talking to me, you would have a crowd all around him. And he'd often bring 10 of them home for tea. My grandmother never knew how many were going to appear.
I love that. That's and I think she is right. Like, unlike a lot of other artists who tend to be more introverted, yeah, he was very much an extrovert. That's there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. I want to watch that one more time. That's lovely.
Unlike most artists, a total extrovert. He talked to everybody. He would gather, if we went to the zoo like for this or wherever, and he would be talking to me, you would have a crowd all around him. And he'd often bring 10 of them home for tea. My grandmother never knew how many were going to appear.
You have a great grandmother, too, in that sense.
That's right. He also was very strong on things being accurate. His animals had to be accurate anatomically. And he was a...
Oh yeah, this panda, if I remember this correctly, he was the only person who was allowed to paint this panda at the zoo that it was at in Chicago, I want to say.
Great believer, which is really today's world, I believe, in preserving what we have been given, especially things like coral reefs and the wildlife
The
and
conservationist.
the ecology. He was way ahead of his time on that, and that was his deep concern over 50 years ago when I knew him.
Class Calico.
A painting of a leopard on loan from Charles R. Knight's own great-granddaughter
cultural religious
is
reasons
of
for that
special
too,
note
Class Calico.
based
Yeah,
upon
yeah.
when it
I
was
agree with you.
painted.
It was his last painting. It's actually, the eye is unfinished because he died while painting this painting.
Oh, wow.
If there's a ghost, I'll bet he's with you in that painting a lot, huh?
I hope so.
Yeah.
It's very overwhelming and wonderful to come here and see this beautiful exhibit of his work.
And then eventually when you go back home, you'll look at that painting and you'll know where it was.
That's right.
What do you know about him and what have you heard from your relatives and from everybody else?
Well, of course I didn't know him, but it's interesting to me because I grew up with him, such a huge part of my life, and I live in New York City near the American Museum of Natural History, and it's, you know, a huge part of almost every New Yorker's life growing up to go and see his paintings. And I did grow up with his daughter, Lucy, who I called Ami, and she lived with me and brought me up in many ways, so I grew up with him as a really huge part of who I am.
So you have a real conversation piece when people visit you.
I do. It's something to be very excited about and proud of, and it's odd too because there are so many people who know a lot of things about him that I don't even know, which is exciting, and it's a real grace to have that.
In the
This is
decades
Dimetrodon
since
there.
his
Lovely
death,
Dimetrodon.
Knight's visionary genius has equally captivated the artist as well as
Yep.
the
Yes! William Stout here, an artist who's been very influential on my own work. He was very much inspired by Charles Knight.
paleontologist. To highlight this special
Work by Mark Hallett here, looks like.
influence, included is an extensive collection of works by contemporary artists
Yeah.
inspired by Knight's influential visions.
Yeah. This same illustration right here by William Stout, I remember in 6th grade for an art contest for the Fine Arts Fair. I sketched this illustration of Huayangosaurus and Gasosaurus by William Stout. And you met Mark Hallett. Very cool, Dr. Hubbs. Awesome. He might be at SVP this year. I might see him next week.
The incredible watermonster, Elasmosaurus.
It's Cuban. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Perhaps I'm the only one around that actually knew him, but I have so many Charles Knight admirers, and they call me constantly. People become my best friends from all over the United States, and they feel that they are really one with my grandfather, and they're doing what they do today because of Charles Knight.
He was, to say the least, an inspiration.
You know, I think I haven't always been aware of that because it's been such a private thing for me because I grew up with my grandmother. But when I come, for instance, here to this museum and I see all these children and I see the wonderful video that they've made showing Ray Harryhausen and his incredible, Charles Robert Knight's incredible impact on film, and the fact that there was a day where no one had an idea of what a dinosaur looked like, and now we all grow up with a sense of the history of the world,
Yeah,
partly based on my great-grandfather's art.
that's beautiful.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Kenzo Aditya, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. big Columbian mammoth. We just saw this a couple weeks ago at La Brea.
Of course, Knight's paintings were inspired by the real specimens, the actual fossils of prehistoric beasts like these, which can be viewed
I've
at the
spoken with
Page
Jonas'
Museum
nephew
every day.
on YouTube, yeah.
Well, we're standing here in front of a Columbian mammoth skeleton. This was excavated from some of our over 100 excavations over the last 85 years here in Hancock Park. Behind our mammoth, we have some of the Charles Knight recreations that he did based on his studies of the skeletal structures.
Very cool.
Amazing exhibit. We basically also have research that we have done out in Pit 91. We know what kinds of plants and other smaller creatures were around during that time, and we've recreated a Pleistocene garden out in the back park as well, where you can actually step back in time 28,000 years and see what the environment was like. So now we have the animals, we have the environment, and then we have the recreations and the artwork both here and at the Natural History Museum.
Also from Pit 91. Very cool, Dr. Helms. Very
People
cool.
come from all over the world to see this museum, and they might be surprised to see so much.
Oh, we have artists, illustrators, animators, engineers. Everybody comes to see the skeletons, the fossils. They want to see what it was like back here. And the amazing thing is that these animals thrived in this environment for so many hundreds, millions of years, and then the larger ones all went extinct within the last 10,000 years. And
yep.
To witness the works of an artistic genius, or to learn more about the Page Museum's current fossil research, visit Bringing Fossils to Life, The Art of Charles R. Knight, on display until January 2005.
Nice. Very cool stuff. And there's the credits there. I'll give you a link. So, Charles R. Knight. An artist kind of unparalleled in the history of paleontology. Especially if you grew up in the 50s or 60s or 70s or 80s. This was the gold standard for paleo art. The paintings of Charles Knight shaped people's perception of dinosaurs in particular. In ways that I think a lot of people don't even realize. If you've ever seen any of these, the Marx Toy Company prehistoric animals, including dinosaurs, many of these are taken more or less directly from the work of Charles R. Knight. The way that they're posed. Like, here's the Trachodon right here, which is taken more or less directly from Charles Knight's paintings. There we go, these right here. Don Glut's dinosaurs. So, pretty much every single one of these is taken directly from his paintings. And you had those in the early 70s? There you go, Caravan. There you go. Yeah. Lime green Dimetrodon, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. And you had those things from somewhere? I think most people did. These little plastic dinosaurs. You can still get these at dollar stores and stuff around the country. And places around the world. This was people's picture of dinosaurs, you know? It's nuts how these are taken more or less directly from the work of Charles R. Knight. They're a lot more crude, obviously. But these are copies from Knight's paintings. Very funny, DM Wing. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, in fact, here, there was one really, really famous kind of mise en scène. Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. Classic image here that Charles Knight produced. He helped popularize this idea. Fibbity Flap, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Like that classic matchup of these two dinosaurs. He's largely responsible for that with this image. I think you can see it at the Field Museum in Chicago nowadays. I think that's where the original is. This is unequivocally Charles Knight's most influential work, the classic confrontation between the horned dinosaur Triceratops and its deadly adversary Tyrannosaurus. This website's called The World of Charles R. Knight. This is, shall we say, a classic website. Yeah. But I think, I want to say I've got a book that goes into, it shows a lot of examples of this. Here we go. Don Bluth, who's kind of a historian of dinosaurs in popular culture. He has this book called The Dinosaur Scrapbook here. I really need to get myself another copy because it's kind of turning into scraps. The split in half like that. Maybe one of these days I'll take it to a print shop and have it rebound or something. Or maybe I'll just get myself another copy, or I don't know. But this is the sort of thing that he talks about in this book. Is the influence of Charles R. Knight's work. So there's Knight's Dimetrodon right there. Charles Knight is considered by scientists and artists alike.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Rabid Weenus, thank you for the 31 months of support. I really appreciate that, Rabid Weenus. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you. Here we go. Charles R. Knight is considered by scientists and artists alike as the finest artist of prehistoric life. The February 1942 issue of National Geographic featured the article Parade of Life Through the Ages, which was written by Knight and included 24 of his original color paintings done especially for the issue. Since its publication, that issue of National Geographic has become a classic in its own right. Copies still circulate among artists who use the color plates as a source of inspiration. Numerous illustrators have copied these Knight paintings, and they were the basis for the prehistoric creatures in the film Unknown Island from 1948. And there we go. Dimetrodon and Nidaphosaurus here was the basis for the mechanical models that Ellis Bergman designed for Unknown Island. His sauropods there, Diplodocus group, inspired the brontosaur scenes. And a Megatherium, which appeared in an altered form in Unknown Island, is attached by a saber-toothed Smilodon. And then we've got his Ceratosaurus and Stegosaurus here. There's a famous statue in Vernal, Utah. There we go. This one right here, which was inspired by this piece of work. So there's Knight's original. And there's this one. Classic, classic, classic statue. In fact, I think, didn't I do a rehash of this at one point? Let's see if I can find that. Back when I was still posting things to Twitter before that website really kind of... there we go. Yeah. It does really remind me of this. The statue does. Yeah. You know, this image macro here, what kids today might call a meme. This is a good one right here. There we go. Here's my version. Yeah. Anyway. But, yeah. It's inspired by this right there. Anywho, elsewhere in this book, I think there's like a little case study showing all of these clones of Charles R. Knight's Tyrannosaurus. Just the different places in which it's appeared. Oh, right. Shoot, right there. Before we get to that, here's Ceratosaurus and Stegosaurus again. Right here. So, take a mental snapshot. You got it? This right here, more or less direct copy. That's also a copy of Charles Knight's Styracosaurus right there. So this is a comic book cover. His stuff was the gold standard, and everyone copied it because it was so good. It was just kind of irresistible for people. It's honestly kind of hard to find depictions of dinosaurs from the mid-20th century, particularly like the 50s and 60s, that are not just direct rip-offs of Charles Knight's work. One critter that he made very famous is this right here, Agathamus. I can't believe we don't have this one on the wall behind me right now. How did I not do that? I think I just forgot to put it up. But this was a ceratopsian. I think it was described by Edward Drinker Cope. It must have been. Knight was kind of a Cope acolyte. This is a dinosaur that was based on very, very fragmentary material. There we go. There's that original in glorious color right there. This animal didn't really exist like this. It's just Triceratops. There wasn't a dinosaur that looked just like this. This is based on super fragmentary material, based on the notes of Edward Drinker Cope before he died. So there was no dinosaur that looked just like this, but this one image was so compelling, right here, that it got copied multitudes of times and was used all across different properties in pop culture. A model of it was used in the 1925 film The Lost World. Special effects by Willis O'Brien. There's Obi right there with his Agathamus. And you just see it being used again and again and again in popular culture. There's that famous mise-en-scène with Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops that Charles R. Knight did. That T-Rex was copied directly for the 1933 World's Fair exhibition that Sinclair Oil put on. They did a more or less life-size Tyrannosaurus model, taken directly from Charles Knight's painting. This famous one here. And you just see this again and again. Jeep Comics. That's a direct copy. This one right here. The Sinclair Dinosaur book. Same deal. Hatch River Expeditions, Vernal, Utah. It's kind of a poor copy, but there it is. There's one with it fighting a Stegosaurus. These two animals did not live at the same time. But at the dinosaur park in Rapid City, South Dakota, this is also a direct copy. A slightly crude one, but I visited here and actually did a stream from here in 2021, if I remember correctly. Let's look it up. There we go. I even talked about that during that stream.
A very famous painting that clearly inspired these sculptures.
I was lucky.
This juxtaposition between T-Rex and Triceratops. These are, goodness. Where do I even start with how to fix these? But, I mean, shoot.
Rapid City Native.
Where the artist was coming from.
Excellent, Rabbit
Check out that painting. Knight, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops.
Because that's basically this right here. It totally is. Yeah. Here. Tyrannosaurus. Triceratops. That is it. Just flip it around. Triceratops on the right, Tyrannosaurus on the left. And that is that same view right there.
I was reading that early on. This guy had his mouth lined with teeth, and he had fingers on these hands, and they have since been worn away by countless visitors coming up and touching this guy. Shoot, that toe as well. Yowza. Battle scars.
Battle scars.
Very, very cool. And again, like our hadrosaur, we've got that bent tail. Obviously, these animals, we now know that they did not drag their tails at all.
Yeah.
I guess the tail dragging thing kind of came with them being reptiles and all of that.
Anywho, paleontologists at the time did think that these animals dragged their tails. And Charles Knight, being the excellent student of anatomy that he was...
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Rat 2014, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Charles Knight worked closely with paleontologists at the time, and they would have overseen his work. Here's the thing, though. He sometimes knew better than they did. Working for the Field Museum in Chicago, pretty sure that's where this illustration was done for. Whoever was consulting on this, I'm sure told him to have the Tyrannosaurus dragging its tail. And he's like, yeah, but that doesn't really make sense given the animal's anatomy. Given my knowledge of present-day animals, that tail should be used for balance, you know? Held out behind the animal. And so he kind of cheekily lofts the tail off the ground a little bit. This animal is not dragging its tail. The one behind it is. And that must have been to try and, you know, make the paleontologists happy there. But they were wrong. These animals didn't drag their tails. And Charles Knight was correct about this. He was trying to appease them. There you go, Clareberry. Yes, yes. So, I don't know. The man was ahead of his time. Just incredible stuff. pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. Alright, let's take a look at this other video from Brain Scoop that talks about Charles Knight. There we go. She's probably going to be at SVP too.
We're undergoing some massive changes here at the Field Museum in the next year thanks to a generous donation from the Kenneth C. Griffin Charitable Fund. Among other things, we're relocating and updating the pose of our star T-Rex Sue to reflect new research on these animals. T-Rexes have a set of belly ribs called gastralia, but nobody could quite figure out how they were supposed to articulate with the rest of the skeleton. Now we know, so instead of looking like this, we think T-Rexes looked a little bit more like this. And that got me thinking a lot about how important art is to our understanding of prehistoric life, as well as the artists who have worked here at the Field Museum over the years. But digging up information about our past artists in geology was no simple feat. I contacted partner museums from around the United States and Europe, sought out family members of the artists, and scoured our archives for information and personnel records. I made use of more interlibrary loan requests than any other time in my life. The work from these artists touched millions of people, yet the information about 2 of the 3 was virtually unknown, and I wanted to change that. So, without further ado, I bring you the Field Museum's Artists of Prehistory.
So we're going to focus on Charles Knight here. Yeah, we're behind schedule so far today. So, yeah, we're going to focus on Charles Knight. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus asked if dinosaurs did drag their tails. Would there not have been signs alongside their footprints? Yes, and that's one of the reasons why we know dinosaurs didn't drag their tails. For one thing, the anatomy just doesn't work. Like, the tails are not supposed to bend like that. You actually have to break a T-Rex tail in order to get it to, like, contact the ground. I guess nobody realized that. You've got to, like, break some of the neural spines and then dislocate some of the vertebrae in order to get the tail to kink to the point where it would curve and then contact the ground. But also, we don't find tail drag marks in their footprints. We just don't. That's why we know that they didn't drag their tails. Anyway, let's continue.
One of the first prehistoric artists the Field Museum hired was Charles Knight. He's also by far the best known. Numerous books and galleries have been devoted to his life's work and talents. Part of the realism in his studies came from his observations of animals in life. He spent a lot of time at zoos observing and drawing the animals. And when it came to painting the prehistoric, Knight went to great lengths to create 3-dimensional models of his subjects, which he then would take outside to see how the sunlight played off of their features.
So, James Gurney does the same thing today. Here, I'll just play you a quick clip. But it's really cool because this is often how I do my work too. Yeah, James Gurney, How I Paint Dinosaurs. There we go.
And baked it in the oven. Then I painted the figures and set them up under a bright light.
Yeah.
Now I could see how the light and shadow played across the overlapping forms. I drew the scene in pencil, and I was ready to paint.
So if you want to create something that looks like it has depth and realism, something that looks like a real physical object, real physical animal there, it really helps to have something for the light to fall on. Your imagination can only go so far. You can practice and get better and better at this. One way of practicing getting better at imagining how the light falls is to actually look at a physical object like he does. Yeah.
I then turned to Cosmoceratops.
Yeah.
With its 15 bizarre bony horns, it was one of the most highly ornamented of the ceratopsians, a group of...
And I love that he's got all these dinosaur models there in his studio. I've collected a few dinosaur models myself expressly for this purpose of being able to use them as models for when I'm doing illustrations. See how the light falls on them, get the perspective correct, you know, all of that good stuff.
Dinosaurs known for their elaborate horns and frills.
Wow, Maryspace, that's long-lived for a parakeet. Wow. I actually have one that should be showing up today. not a parakeet, a model like this.
By sculpting its portrait,
Probably
painting
won't show up until after the stream
and
is done,
taking it
though.
outside, I had all the information I needed.
Yeah, I'll give you a link to this video as well. This is lovely. James Gurney was heavily influenced by Charles Knight, I am sure.
Were the males colorful like male birds, or drab gray like rhinos?
They were almost certainly colorful.
No one knows.
Look at that. So see how it just kind of it looms off of the page? It looks like it's real, like you're looking at a real physical flesh and blood animal right there. And Charles Knight's work is very similar in a lot of respects, and it's because they're working from the same kind of technique. You know? His Triceratops here, I think, you look at that and it looks like a photograph of a real animal or a photograph of a model. It's got this quality to it that just feels tangible, like you could reach out and touch it. It's got a three-dimensionality to it that's remarkable, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Win528 says, I read Dinotopia when I was maybe 9 or 10. That's, of course, by James Gurney. Purely by coincidence, at the same time I was reading through a pile of National Geographics that I had inherited. Stumbled on quite a few of the source photos used for character reference. And that prompted me to start sketching. That's very cool, Win528. That's really, really cool. Neat. Anyway, I love this. We've got this same Triceratops right here in our background for today. Yeah, and there it is front and center. And you love Dinotopia? It's awesome stuff. Again, James Gurney, one of the greats.
When I was done, the art director from Scientific American came to pick up the paintings.
This is like a lion in the way it's taking down its prey, but it would be using its feet instead of its hands.
Putting some spacers on so that the painting doesn't.
Anyway, good stuff. I'll give you a link to this. James Gurney has a wonderful little video for sale. It's like, what was it, $5 or something like that, called How I Paint Dinosaurs. I purchased it. It was well worth it. Check it out. Yeah. And Helixo, hello to you too. It's good to have you here. Anywho, it's cool that Charles Knight used that same kind of method, making models and then using them to figure out how the light falls and everything in order to make a more convincing three-dimensional, realistic depiction of these extinct
These
creatures.
came from his observations of animals in life. He spent a lot of time at zoos observing and drawing the animals. And when it came to painting the prehistoric, Knight went to great lengths to create three-dimensional models of his subjects, which he then would take outside to see how the sunlight played off of their features. Between 1927 and 1931, Knight was commissioned by the Field Museum to create 28 gigantic murals to chronicle life on Earth, which would...
And Deathsaurus, very loaded question. Was it? I mean, Deathsaurus. Some paleontologists recognized animals like T-Rex did walk with its body parts parallel to the ground. Yeah, we were just talking about this, Deathsaurus. Maybe you went away for a little bit, but we were just talking about this. So Knight... Oh, hang on.
Here's some objects.
Patrick Crusader, thank you for the 17 months.
They died out so long ago, their fossil
I appreciate
bones
that.
remain, so we know just what they were like.
Thank you, thank you.
And sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
Patrick Crusader, thank you so much for the 17 months of support. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 17 months. That is excellent. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this where when Charles Knight was doing this painting for the Field Museum in Chicago, the paleontologist at the time told him that, oh, Tyrannosaurus would have dragged its tail on the ground. He didn't paint it that way, though. Well, there's the one in the background that he did paint that way. But he recognized that it shouldn't be dragging its tail on the ground. It just doesn't really make sense. It needs to also look more dramatic, more dynamic than that. And so, I guess in order to appease them, he kind of had the tail sloping down like this. But he cheekily raised the tail off of the ground. This is a way where Charles Knight was ahead of his time. His paintings were more accurate to the actual appearance and behavior of dinosaurs than the science was at the time, which is remarkable, you know? That's amazing. Very cool.
To see how the sunlight played off of their features. Between 1927 and 1931, Knight was commissioned by the Field Museum to create 28...
Here's another thing, too, where, like,
Between 1920...
So, again at the Field Museum, a lot of paleontologists at the time thought that dinosaurs like Apatosaurus couldn't really walk around on land, or they didn't do that often. They would have been in the water to, you know, buoy up their massive bulk. We now know this is completely untrue. But he put an Apatosaurus right here on land, doing its thing. Like, again, he's appeasing them by putting two of them in the water right here, but this guy walking around on land. And then he put some crocodiles on land too, because I'm sure he said, well, you know, crocodiles also come up onto land. So Apatosaurus must have also done the same thing. He knew that these animals were not well adapted. Like, the man knew what he was doing.
1927 and 1931, Knight was commissioned by the Field Museum to create 28 gigantic murals to chronicle life on Earth, which would line the walls in our new Hall of Fossil Vertebrates. They'd become his most iconic series, with a few standouts like T-Rex versus
Javon Zier says, could be that he was approaching the problem from a different point of view with a different skill set. Yes, and he was arriving at a better answer, a more accurate depiction of these animals because of that. Because again, he's approaching this from the standpoint of real living, breathing, standing and walking around animals. He was well schooled in animal anatomy. He'd spent countless hours sketching animals at zoos. He understood how they worked better than most of the paleontologists of his time. That's why his work is so incredible, you know?
Fossil vertebrates. They'd become his most iconic series, with a few standouts like T-Rex versus Triceratops, which inspired numerous artists and filmmakers at the time, like The Lost World and the scene in Fantasia where the T-Rex was going after the Stegosaurus, even though they lived 84 million years apart, but anyway. One of the most incredible things about Knight's literally massive accomplishments was that he was legally blind. When he was 6, he was hit in one eye with rock, sustaining permanent corneal damage, and later developed an astigmatism in the other. So the murals for the field were completed with his left eye just inches from the canvas. But what I love about Knight's paintings is how he was able to artfully convey the passage of time. The majority of his works are still on display in our Evolving Planet exhibition, and if you look at the murals in sequence, ranging from the oldest scenes to the newest, you'll notice that the images become clearer over time. The more ancient the subject, the hazier the memory, until everything comes into sharp focus with bolder colors in the Pleistocene. Among Knight's admirers was author Ray Bradbury, who said, "When we think of these beasts, these monsters that lived in the world for so many hundreds of thousands of years and then vanished, and we think we're going to be here for a long time. Well, if the dinosaurs could vanish from the world, we have to be careful with ourselves. But when you do excellent things, you live forever." So the work that Charles R. Knight did, it's there forever, and it's going to stay forever.
Agreed. Agreed, and you can still see this to this very day at the Field Museum in Chicago and a number of other museums, too. when I was there in 2022, I think.
It's missing on the Deinonychus.
We
see it there in Butryraptor.
we saw some of those paintings.
I don't know, he would take suggestions from scientists on how to do certain things. He was always trying to listen to the latest science, but any time that his instincts told him otherwise, he'd usually follow his instincts, and we're so glad that he did here, because he shows this animal up on dry land.
There you go.
There were some scientists at the time who thought that was impossible, but Charles R. Knight, being such an excellent student of modern animals, he realized that, like, no, this animal looks like it should be able to walk around on land just fine. And so thankfully he painted it that way. And in doing so, he actually helped some popular depictions of dinosaurs to be more accurate than the scientific consensus of the day.
Absolutely.
At least as we understand it now. It's pretty cool to think about.
Here's a link to this video if you want to watch the whole Field Museum stream. So later on we get to Sue over here. Oh, another Charles R. Knight painting.
Disney film? Yeah. Puts kind of a flange of skin running from the crest down over the back. And Corythosaurus, Edmontonia, or is that Ankylosaurus? I'm not sure who that's supposed to be. And Edmontosaurus, used to be known as Trachodon.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Also hugely influential art. Are you seeing this right now, chap? Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. So that painting right there was tremendously influential. It's become kind of a trope in dinosaur art, having Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops facing off against one another, just like that. And those particular depictions of those animals, like their proportions, their shape, and everything, that shows up again and again and again in all kinds of different art, both scientific art and also in lots of commercial stuff. So like the dinosaurs at the 1964 World's Fair, and, and before that I think it was the 1933 World's Fair too. They're based on that. The dinosaurs in the 1933 film King Kong and in the 1925 film The Lost World, those are based on the paintings of Charles Knight. And the Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops are based on this particular painting. Hugely influential piece of art there. And it's so cool to see it here in person.
It's enormous. It's so big.
Amazing.
I mean, when you imagine that Charles Knight was painting this with his face just a few inches from the canvas, and it's so big, you wonder how he pulled it off, you know?
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No.
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Miko the Ghost 0984. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 8 months. I really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Anywho. Lovely. And Cinemarxism, thank you for the follow. Hello. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. It's neat to see how much our knowledge of these animals has increased over time, with more fossils being found, more paleontologists working in the field, better testing of these ideas through new methodologies. And yet, the work of Charles Knight, while being out of date in a lot of ways, is also kind of timeless. Because he had that kind of on-the-ground knowledge and understanding of how animals work. And that well-honed ability to portray living things in two-dimensional space like this. paintings and drawings, and to make them kind of loom off of the canvas by paying extra special attention to how light falls on them, to make them look three-dimensional, make them look real, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Again, if you want to watch the rest of the stream, including my encounter with Sue, the T-Rex.
We're kind of struggling with signal right here, but
Here's a link.
yeah, very, very cool.
Good stuff. Ms. Yvette was asking if there are any female paleoartists, and the answer is absolutely yes, and the rest of this video right here talks about...
Knight was followed by 2 other artists who were ultimately much less recognized, but similarly talented, each with their own unique personal story and style.
Honestly, I don't think either hold a candle to Charles Knight. Yeah. But, yeah.
Shortly before Conrad Hansen's death, another artist was hired by the geology department. Mighty Wiebe was born in Germany in 1922, but not much about her early life is known, even to her family. She grew up during the most vicious years of World War II and undoubtedly was impacted by the experience. While her family certainly endured hardships, they were lucky to be German. She was able to pursue a university education in Poland in 1943, but was interrupted toward the end of the war as the Soviet army approached their town. Mighty and her family were evacuated with other...
Anyway, I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this.
After the war in 1946, she re-enrolled at the University of Frankfurt, determined to study art. Wiebe had a sense of independence that was...
Yeah, her depictions of dinosaurs, I think leave a lot to be desired, but...
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Lighthawk. I appreciate the kind words and the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Let's continue with a, we've got a PBS Eons video here, an illustrated history of dinosaurs.
No other animals from the deep past capture our imaginations like dinosaurs. Any kid old enough to hold a crayon can probably draw one, and we older kids have our own images that come to mind when we think of the terrible lizards. But the reason we have to imagine non-avian dinosaurs, of course, is that they're extinct. Thankfully, a ton of science has gone into our understanding of how dinosaurs looked and acted, but the truth is, we've only had a few hundred years to bring that picture into focus. So if you page through a book about natural history or stroll through a museum hall, you'll get some idea.
And by the way, that's a Charles R. Knight illustration. Right. Oh, come on. Right there. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops. This is also copied innumerable times. Yeah.
Through a museum hall, you'll get some idea of what paleontologists think dinosaurs looked like. But even the most up-to-date restorations of our prehistoric favorites are only part of the story, because our image of dinosaurs has been constantly changing, evolving, you might say, ever since naturalists started studying them about 350 years ago. And this evolution is reflected in hundreds of years worth of drawings, paintings, and models of dinosaurs.
There he is right there.
Made in an attempt to get us a little closer to visualizing animals that have been lost to time. Taken together, these pictures can tell us a whole lot about just how much we've learned in just a short 3.5 centuries. So today we're going to explore the history.
3.5 centuries? How far are we going back there? The first dinosaur was only named 2 centuries ago. It was 200 years ago this very year, 1824. Megalosaurus was first scientifically described.
Of dinosaur science as seen through the history of dinosaur art. When naturalists first started to find dinosaur bones, they didn't quite know what to make of them, as you can tell from the very first illustration of a dino fossil ever published. Back in 1677, more than 160 years before the word...
Oh, okay. This is going to be the, Robert Plott's distal femur bone.
Dinosaur was even...
DM Wing, that's exactly what he's going to get into right here.
Coined, an English chemist named Robert Plot published his Natural History of Oxfordshire, a catalogue of rocks, minerals, and fossils from his home county. And it included a drawing of a strange bone that had been found in a limestone quarry. Plot could tell that it was the end of a femur or a thigh bone, but it was
the world's first armored tank, you might say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates.
Game Gang, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
It was clearly from an animal far larger than any living in England at that time. He suggested that the thigh fragment might have belonged to a Roman war elephant or maybe even a giant human. But it turned out that in his book, Plot had given the world its very first scientific illustration of a dinosaur fossil.
Nobody knew what dinosaurs were at the time. This is really like a technicality. But, okay.
In 1763, English naturalist Richard Brooks reprinted Plot's illustration in a 6-volume set he called A System of Natural History. And Brooks...
And then somebody kind of played almost a prank here.
Bestowed a name on the fossil. In a caption of Plot's picture, he called the specimen Scrotum Humanum because...
That might not have been him who actually made the caption, because I'm not sure he did the illustrations for the book. This might have been somebody playing a joke, basically.
Really? Because, although he knew it was a piece of femur, he thought it looked like a pair of human testicles. Paleontologists now know that the bone belonged to a megalosaurus, a dinosaur named by William Buckland in 1824. Working from some more and better material, including a lower jaw and teeth, Buckland was able to tell that this animal was a previously unknown kind of carnivorous reptile. To Buckland's mind, the creature looked not like a giant or even an elephant, but like a crocodile, although one about the size of a bus. And
Monitor lizard is probably closer to what he was thinking, but yeah, and most of the depictions of it are kind of based on a monitor lizard. But yes.
And from this time, we still have a lithograph of the crucial fossil, the one that established Megalosaurus as a new, fierce form of ancient life.
Yep, and I have got that jawbone. Right over here. Where did I put it? It's an important specimen. Shouldn't be losing things like this. Here it is. Yeah. Of course, mine is a 3D print. But there it is right there. Good stuff. We've talked about this numerous times recently, so I'm not gonna dwell on it too much. But a pretty cool thing to have. 200 years ago this very year, this critter was first described. The very first paper, ever published on a dinosaur. The first dinosaur ever to be published was Megalosaurus.
From these rather inauspicious beginnings, cases of mistaken identity involving war elephants and human genitals, the idea started to sink in that dinosaurs were something truly special, specifically a kind of reptile that used to exist but didn't anymore. But in the early 1800s, scientists still pictured dinosaurs as being pretty much like the modern reptiles they knew. The English physician Gideon Mantell, for example, figured that if dinosaurs were reptiles, then they must have basically just been giant lizards. Based on some fossil teeth that he found in Sussex, Mantell was convinced that he had found the prehistoric equivalent of an iguana, albeit one about 30 meters long. He made a sketch of the creature's skeleton in his personal notes.
You take care, Lena. Thanks for being here.
Skeletal plan of the modern lizard, and in 1825, he officially gave the animal the name Iguanodon, or iguanatooth. A few years later, Mantell was visited by artist John Martin. Martin was famous for his paintings of dramatic, apocalyptic scenes, like his 1822 painting The Destruction of Pompeii, and after meeting Mantell, Martin used his vision of the iguanodon to create the first and maybe the most over-the-top scene of dinosaur combat ever committed to canvas. This painting, The Country of the Iguanodon, is all coils and teeth and claws. It's all very rare. At the time, it summed up what experts thought ancient reptiles were like. Giant, vicious lizards who hissed and snapped at each other. But that was all about to change.
Yep.
British anatomist Richard Owen proposed that Megalosaurus, Iguanodon, and another newly discovered animal called Hylaeosaurus all shared special physical traits found in their hips and other bones that made them different from all other reptiles. And in 1842, he came up with a new name for this form of extinct life.
There we go.
Dinosaur, from the Greek for terrible lizard. But Owen went even further than that. Dinosaurs weren't just supersized lizards, he said. In many ways, they resembled mammals in their structure and their stance. And Owen portrayed his vision of dinosaurs not on paper or canvas, but in 3 dimensions. For England's Great Exhibition of 1854, Owen worked with an artist, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to create life-sized versions of dinosaurs and other ancient creatures as he pictured them.
And
surely one of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
Thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that, E-Monkey. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Excellent. Good stuff. Salamander says, it's not terrible lizard, though, is it? It's fearfully great? Well, it's from the Greek word dinos, which could mean... You could translate it in a number of different ways, but it means, like, fearsome. Awesome, basically. The word awesome wasn't used much in that kind of context. The word terrible used to have kind of a different connotation than it has today. I think today the word terrible has a very negative connotation. A connotation, it means like poor quality, you know? Like, oh yeah, that tasted terrible. Back in the day, terrible meant lofty, fearsome, something to be reckoned with, you know? Anybody here ever seen the film The Wizard of Oz? You know, Oz the Great and Terrible? That doesn't mean terrible like, oh yeah, that guy sucks. Yeah, it's lousy, poor quality, dog water. That's not what it was supposed to mean. It's supposed to mean fearsome, awesome, powerful. Yeah, invoked terror, or yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. He did kind of suck that. Yeah, you're right, Murph. Yeah. But yeah. And terrific used to mean causing terror. Yeah, Caravan, yeah. So anyway, when we say that dinosaur means terrible lizard or terrible reptile, what that means, think of it more like awesome reptile. That's kind of the vibe that they were going for. Something that inspires awe. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
The models were so immense that Hawkins even famously held a New Year's banquet inside a model of Iguanodon. And when the models were unveiled to the public...
And we'll hopefully be doing a... Oh, this is actually a really cool story. I love this. I've been talking with Lordy about this. We'll see if we can do a collaborative stream for New Year's Eve this next year about the dinner in the Iguanodon. This is, let's see. See if I can find that clip for you here. Here we go. Yeah.
A certain amount of acclaim, but there was a problem there because he was describing a concept. He could explain the teeth, he could explain the bone.
And Talia, thank you.
Our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Talia, thank you so much for that subscription. I really appreciate that. That is a first-time tier 1 sub. That's a recurring sub right there, Talia. Welcome to the community. Thank you for that pledge of ongoing support. That means a lot to me. That's the sort of thing that sustains me. Gift subs are wonderful. Bits are wonderful when people cheer with those. And I appreciate them tremendously. It's the recurring subscriptions like that that allow me to continue to do these streams 4 days a week, every week. That's what puts food on my table. So thank you, Talia. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to the community.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
Speaking of bits, Skolganak, thank you for those 100 bits there. Getting us started with a hype train here. Beautiful. Yeah. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Black Cat Lady, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you.
Right on there, because that brought with it a certain amount of acclaim, but there was a problem there because he was describing a concept. He could explain the teeth, he could explain the bones very clearly.
Yeah, this is Dave Norman. Hopefully I'll see him at SVP next week.
Dinosaur to show off these creatures.
So this is at a time, speaking of the history of paleo art, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins was commissioned by Richard Owen, the guy who coined the word dinosaur back in 1842. Owen commissioned Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins to create these life-size statues, sculptures, models of dinosaurs to help explain to the public what these animals were. Of course, they had very limited fossil material at the time, so they didn't really know what the animals looked like. But it's the idea he's trying to get across here, you know?
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life.
There you go, DM Wayne.
From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England. They were destined for Crystal Palace in London.
Yep.
The first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today. Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held.
Pretty cool. This is legendary in the annals of paleo art.
On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of Iguanodon.
Yep.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
Anyway, that famous dinner in the Iguanodon is, that's one of those famous set pieces in the history of paleontology, you know? People talk about it a lot, to this day. We'll be doing with any luck, we'll be doing a special New Year's Eve stream this year. / next year. Recreating some aspects of this, which I'm pretty excited about. So I hope you'll tune in for that. I'm going to see if I can get Lordy to help me out. Maybe reproduce part of the menu. It'd be a ton of fun. So we'll see.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Bush Doctor, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. So yeah. And hey, Hylocomium, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Anywho, good stuff.
England's Great Exhibition of 1854, Owen worked with an artist, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to create life-sized versions of dinosaurs and other ancient creatures as he pictured them. The models were so immense that Hawkins even famously held a New Year's banquet inside a model of Iguanodon. And when the models were unveiled to the public, they became the new image of what we thought dinosaurs looked like. These animals were built more like rhinos, carrying their legs under their bodies, but with scaly skin and tails that dragged on the ground behind them. And it was other new insights into dinosaurs' legs that led to the next big shift.
Thank you for dropping in there. With this Justice Milzudsme. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you.
And how we imagined the animals.
Yeah, and here we go. Now we're getting into... Oh, wait, no, not quite. Charles Knight wouldn't come until later, but this is a Charles Knight illustration here. His famous leaping laelaps.
Most of the earliest dinosaur fossils were found in Europe and were extremely fragmented.
And they go
Sometimes it was hard to tell which parts went with which. But when naturalists started looking in North America, they found more complete skeletons that made paleontologists completely rethink dinosaurs. A pair of critical finds were made in New Jersey. In 1858, a farmer found the bones of an animal we now call Hadrosaurus.
Petrodactylus says, I remember when I was about 6 years old or so, we had a class project where we got to choose any person in history to dress up as them in class. I was captivated by Waterhouse Hawkins' artwork as a kid, so I chose him, walked around dressed as him while holding a little iguanodon toy. That's awesome, Petrodactylus. There's a lovely book that I would recommend, actually. I'm sure we'll be looking at it on New Year's Eve, like we always seem to do. Here we go. Where is that? The Dinosaurs of Waterhouse Hawkins. It's a large book, and so I usually have it on its side. It makes it more difficult to find. I've got it in here. Where is it? There we go. The Dinosaurs of Waterhouse Hawkins. Petrodactylus, you probably had this book, right? I imagine so. Yep. Beautiful book. If you've got kids in your life who love dinosaurs, or if you love dinosaurs and would like a beautifully illustrated book about the life and work of famed artist Waterhouse Hawkins, I would highly recommend this one. There's the dinner in the Iguanodon scene there. Yeah, rented it out almost daily from my school library. I got this at a school book fair when I must have been 10 years old at the time. Yeah, good stuff. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Anyhow, yeah. That book even goes into some detail about this too, because Waterhouse Hawkins was involved with the reconstruction of Hadrosaurus found in Haddonfield, New Jersey.
Paleontologists completely rethink dinosaurs. A pair of critical finds were made in New Jersey. In 1858, a farmer found the bones of an animal we now call Hadrosaurus. The skeleton wasn't complete, but there were enough parts of the arms, legs, and tail to know that the forelimbs of his dinosaur were shorter than the hind limbs. Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins was called in again to reconstruct the dinosaur's skeleton for the public in Philadelphia, the first one to be put on display anywhere. And what was weird about this model was that it stood on two legs. The discovery of a carnivorous dinosaur also in New Jersey, eventually named Dryptosaurus, showed us that it was bipedal too. And its discoverer, the notoriously cranky American paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope.
We'll talk about Cope later because Cope was a very strong influence on Charles R. Knight, which we'll get into. And Cranky, oh boy. So, here. Yeah, here. A little bit of background on Cope. Cope was part of this, well, he was one of the main combatants in this maybe most famous feud in scientific history. Here.
Every iconic dinosaur every kid grows up with. These guys went out and they found that stuff. The feud that fueled the foremost fossil hunt in history.
They began as friends. Then things unraveled in quite a spectacular way.
What followed was this 3-decade-long war.
The notion that you could turn dinosaurs into scandal is pretty new.
Dinosaur Wars on American Experience.
Yeah, we're going to be watching a clip from that later because Charles Knight helped get his start from Cope, right before Cope died. Anyhow, it's good stuff.
Also in New Jersey, eventually named Dryptosaurus, showed us that it was bipedal too. And its discoverer, the notoriously cranky American paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope, drew the dinosaur in a crouched, kangaroo-like pose totally different from Owen's Megalosaurus. Better finds only added fuel to this revolution in how we picture dinosaurs. The discovery of a whole herd of iguanodon in a Belgian coal mine in 1878, including complete skeletons, confirmed that those dinosaurs had short arms and long legs, suggesting that they were also largely bipedal. And the discovery of entirely new genera like Stegosaurus, Brontosaurus, and Triceratops showed that dinosaurs were stranger and more diverse than anything paleontologists expected. Bone by bone and skeleton by skeleton.
Paleontologist was like a brand new word at the time too. Very, very few people called themselves paleontologists. In fact, Cope and Marsh may have been the first scientists to call themselves paleontologists. But yeah, and Salamander, I'm not actually flying to Minnesota. I'm flying to North Dakota first, because we've got the pre-meeting field trip there, but yeah.
New image of dinosaurs started to take hold. Even though they were still classified as reptiles, by the late 19th century, they were seen as acting more like mammals or birds than like lizards. An important painting from 1896 drives this point home. Charles R. Knight, working for the Museum of Natural History, illustrated a moment of vicious combat between two snarling Dryptosaurus.
He called them laylaps at the time. That's what Cope named them, until it turned out that the name laylaps was already preoccupied by some kind of arachnid, I think. Anyway, it had to be renamed Dryptosaurus.
These weren't Martin's dragon-like lizards or Owen's rhino-like...
Martin? Maybe means Mantell? Huh.
Snarling Dryptosaurus. These weren't Martin's dragon-like lizards or Owen's rhino-like reptiles. Instead, they were agile bird-like dinosaurs, unlike anything we'd seen before. Then, at the start of the 20th century, the scientific opinion on dinosaurs shifted yet again. By this point, dinosaurs were seen as big and weird and scary, great for drawing museum crowds, but their reputation was starting to tarnish. If dinosaurs were so great, some paleontologists wondered, then why'd they go extinct? Instead of being awe-inspiring, dinos came to be seen as inferior, an evolutionary failure. And this attitude was reflected in the
I kind of quarrel with this interpretation of Charles R. Knight's work here. Because while this may have been a scientific idea at the time, I don't feel like his work directly reflects that. I feel like there's a certain kind of dignity and affection for these animals in his work that is not... It's not getting its proper credit here.
Art of the time, which depicted dinosaurs as slow, lumbering beasts, usually stuck in some swamp. Don't get me wrong, the artists of the time depicted these scenes beautifully. Artists like Knight, Zdenek Burian, and Rudolf Zallinger created some of the most iconic and detailed dinosaur art of all.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Hello, hello, Yankee Axe. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The 21 Raiders want to know more than that.
It's good to have you here. How was your stream? It was excellent. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We are celebrating the life and work of famed paleo artist Charles R. Knight today, on the anniversary of his birth. Here is our starting soon screen, shows that. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully you know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. But, yeah, when I'm not digging up dinosaurs and streaming that live from the field like we did for the past 2 summers, I'm usually here in my office, talking about new fossil discoveries, going over new scientific publications, answering chat's questions about the history of life on Earth, dinosaurs in particular, and going over celebrating special events like this, like the birthday of Charles R. Knight there. Anyway, Yankee Axe's stream was great. We got into some wood carving. Very nice. Excellent. Well, I hope it was a lot of fun, and I hope you were satisfied with the carving. I know it can be difficult to, like, do a creative pursuit, work with your hands, and stream at the same time, so you know, every time I produce art on stream, it's like... I get very distracted by chat. Hopefully you did better than I usually do. Anyway, Yankee Axe, it's good to have you here. Thanks for the raid. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I find myself having to go to the bathroom right now. And often I wait until we get a raid to play a quick welcome video. And so, yeah, we'll do that in just a minute. Although we've got an ad break going on right now. I can also wait another minute, 20 seconds here. Yeah. Let's continue with this. Let's just get to the past.
An evolutionary artists of the time depicted these scenes beautifully. Artists like Knight, Zdenek Burian, and Rudolf Zallinger created some of the most iconic and detailed dinosaur art of all time. They filled books and museums with their work, and you can still see many of their murals on display at places like the Field Museum and the Yale Peabody Museum of Natural History. It's just that their generation saw dinosaurs as tubby, dim-witted losers in the evolutionary game of life.
I don't think Knight really saw them that way. But yeah. Yeah, then we get the dinosaur renaissance afterward.
New finds had experts questioning what they knew about dinosaurs. The key here was the discovery of Deinonychus, the inspiration for Jurassic Park's tenacious raptors, by American paleontologist John Ostrom in 1969. This small carnivore had a counterbalancing tail and a wicked,
we'll finish this video and then we'll do
claw on each of its feet. It was impossible to envision this thing as some sluggish, dumb reptile. It was nimble and dynamic, even, one might say, bird-like. This revelation sparked what came
Ostrom realized, like, oh shoot, this thing basically is a bird.
To be known as the dinosaur renaissance of the 1970s.
And hey Ken, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Old debates and sparked new ones, transforming what we thought dinosaurs were like. And paleo art went along for the ride. What paleontologists were doing in labs and museums, illustrators like Greg Paul, Eli Kish, Douglas Henderson, and more were doing with their sketches and paintings. In the work of these artists, dinosaurs' tails were lifted off the ground, their postures were adjusted, and they were shown running, jumping, clawing, and biting with greater vigor than ever before. And of course, as with anything that evolves, our image of dinosaurs hasn't stopped changing. These days, paleontologists are finding more dinosaurs than ever. In fact, a new species is now being named on average every 2 weeks.
Not true. Not true. It's even better than that. Oh man. I've been looking for a clip here that mentions this stat. It's not on average every 2 weeks. This is what one of my posters is about for SCP. Here we go. For the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There we go. actually looking at what is the pace of dinosaur discovery. And if not discovery, at least dinosaur naming, you know? Over the past decade, if you count up all the different dinosaur species or genera that have been published, year by year, and you average it out, on average, there has been a new dinosaur genus or species published every 9 days. Slightly less than 9 days, actually. This year, it's been 1 per week. So 2024 here on the chart is, yeah, this is only so far this year. This could be our biggest year of the decade so far. That might be because last year was a little slow. Things take a notoriously long time to get published in paleontology. But yeah. We have brand new dinosaur as of today, actually. But these are all different dinosaurs that were published just this year, just in 2024. And we're only like 41 weeks into 2024 so far. And there's been 41 dinosaurs published thus far. Pretty awesome. Here, I gotta pick up the pace. It doesn't take all day. Yeah. Pretty exciting. So yeah, that every 2 weeks. Not anymore. And Stagger Lee, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I Love Night, by the way. Well, you showed up on the right day. Welcome, Stagger.
Greater vigor than ever before.
Yeah.
And of course, as with anything that evolves, our image of dinosaurs hasn't stopped changing. These days, paleontologists are finding more dinosaurs than ever. In fact, a new species is now being named on average every 2 weeks.
Every
but more
9
importantly,
days.
We're learning a lot more about dinosaurs.
For 7 days this year
their
so far.
anatomy and physiology. In addition to fossil bones, researchers are now studying things like skin impressions, feathers, and other soft tissues, giving us a fuller picture of not only how these animals looked, but how they moved and what they could and couldn't do. In particular, the discovery of dozens of dinosaurs with feathers and fuzz has totally changed how we see some of our favorites, and recent paleo artwork has reflected these changes. Artists like Julius Catani, Gabriel Ugetto, Nobu Tamura, and Emily Willoughby are incorporating the latest insights from the field, and they're also using new technology like 3D scans to recreate dinos in more detail than ever. Where paleontologists of old worked with paint and lithographs, many modern artists have gone digital, rendering new visions of prehistoric life as soon as they're announced. What really sets these modern paleo artists apart is how they draw on the traditions of previous generations while also challenging the tropes and ideas that came before. Paleo art is now in its great experimental phase, reflecting what we expect dinosaurs were like while also speculating about what we don't know yet. But the lesson here isn't that modern paleo art is right while earlier editions were wrong. The art of dinosaurs is always a reflection of the time it's made in. Just as dinosaurs themselves evolved, so have our thoughts about their lives. Paleo art is a living document of these alterations. We've come a long way from the days when we thought that fossils of dinosaurs represented a race of giants or big lizards or bulky pseudo-mammals. And 100 years from now, natural historians may look back on the illustrations we use today and marvel at just how wrong we were.
Hopefully they will.
Thankfully, the more science reveals to us about the nature of the non-avian dinos, the closer we get to representing the truth in our illustrations. But as long as dinosaurs remain extinct, there will always be a little part of them that we'll just have to imagine for ourselves.
Cool stuff. Anyway,
what do you want to know about the story of life?
When we're discussing the history of paleo art, Charles Knight looms large in that, and yeah, I hope you're starting to see why. We'll talk more about Charles Knight and kind of his influence, not just on fossil science, but on the public's perception of the history of life on Earth in a little bit. But I've got to go run to the bathroom. Got to go use the little paleontologist room And so for right now, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of someone we like to call Previously Recorded Danny, who is currently sneaking up behind me right now. If you're new here today, then, well, he's here to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So yeah. Without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurus. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's That's who I am. 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 Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you to all the viewers, including those Raiders and Yankee Axe who came in earlier. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Bricklean's got a question that we can go over real quick.
The situation called for still more protection.
An art thresh.
He simply grew spears which projected from his body
Art thresh.
armor.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here. Video with the same guy that we were just watching. Here, take a look at this.
In 2010, this idea was...
So how in the world can we figure out what color dinosaurs were? We've been able to figure it out in a few cases. Not very many. Most of the time, it's just pure guesswork. But science isn't about guesswork. Science is about using evidence to test ideas. And it turns out, when we've got certain kinds of fossils, we can actually run some tests and figure out what colors these animals were, provided we have preserved skin or other integument like feathers.
We know a lot about dinosaurs, like how big they were, what they ate, even how quickly they moved. But there is one question that has plagued paleontologists for decades. What color were dinosaurs?
What color is more like it? Different color.
It might sound superficial, but trust me, it is not, because until we understand their coloration, we'll never be able to fully imagine dinosaurs. We won't know what they really looked like, of course, but we also won't be able to study things like camouflage or display behavior. And we will never know the full extent of just how wrong the Jurassic Park movies are. Thankfully, in recent years, a more complete picture of dinosaurs has come into focus, and it is in Technicolor. When you picture a dinosaur, the colors that come to mind probably vary depending on how old you are. For much of the 20th century, for instance, dinosaurs were always depicted in drab colors, gray, green, and brown. That's because back then, most experts thought that dinosaurs behaved like overgrown lizards, so they probably...
Well, and also because most big animals walking around today on land are mammals, and mammals tend to be drab colors because most mammals are mostly colorblind. You know, think of the big mammals you have walking around today. You've got animals like, you know, these are mostly extinct megafauna, but, or just African mammals, let's say. There we go. They tend to be brown, or gray, or grayish brown, or brownish gray. You know, they don't tend to be very brightly colored, big mammals today. Whether it's an elephant, whether it's a wildebeest, whether it's a Cape buffalo, or a rhinoceros. Mammals are mostly colorblind, most of them. And so they tend not to be very brightly colored because they can't perceive colors, really. For the most part. There's a few exceptions to this. Mandrills are a striking exception to this rule. They tend to be very brightly colored. They're a kind of primate. Primates tend to be the most brightly colored mammals because they re-evolved color vision. Anyway, if you're depicting dinosaurs as being like big gray mammals, you're kind of missing the point. Dinosaurs did not have the same eyes as mammals. They had full color vision, as far as we know. Just like modern birds. That's where birds got their eyes from, is from their dinosaur ancestors. Dinosaurs would have been able to perceive more colors than we can as mammals. We as humans re-evolved color vision. Our ancestors did. Primates re-evolved color vision, probably to help pick out ripe fruit and stuff during our evolution. Most mammals don't have color vision. Dinosaurs did, though, just like modern birds. Modern birds can even see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. They can see colors that we can't even perceive. Stuff that would... We can't even see those colors. Like, our eyes don't work partway to the ultraviolet spectrum. Bird iridescence is just like our eyes being able to see the very the very perimeter of that. There are worlds of coloration that birds have that we, like, our eyes and brains cannot fathom. You know? Dinosaurs would have been the same way. In the sense that they would have probably been really colorful, the same way that a lot of birds are very colorful. Some birds are drab and camouflage too, and a lot of dinosaurs would have been like that also, but that's not probably the default for dinosaurs. The default is probably more striking coloration. And even some of those supposedly drab birds, like ravens and crows and blackbirds and stuff, there are patterns and like bits of color in there, iridescence, that's in the ultraviolet spectrum that we can't even see. So yeah. Has the pattern determined? Oh, Brick Lane. We'll get to that here. Let's continue.
Probably looked like that too. Starting in the 1970s, dinos started to be portrayed as having things like spots and stripes and flashy colors, but not a lot of that was actually based on science. Then came a major breakthrough from an unexpected place. It wasn't a dinosaur, but a fossil squid.
Yeah, anyway, melanosomes found in fossil squid. Melanosomes are
some type of melanin, which is a natural pigment.
Yep.
And based on their density and distribution, they can create different colors. Now
Yep.
I know what you're wondering. What in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs?
Charles R. Knight, again. Let's see that one more time.
You're wondering, what in the name of Charles R. Knight does a Jurassic squid have to do with dinosaurs? Well, you know what else has melanosomes? Feathers. Experts can look at the feather of a living bird, like a cardinal or a crow, and see what kind of melanosomes make that feather's color. For example, long, skinny melanosomes make black and gray, like the black you find around a cardinal's eyes. But if melanosomes are short and round, they make reddish colors, like what you would see on red-tailed hawks.
So here's the thing, is that even if the color itself is gone, by looking at the structure of the melanosomes, you can tell what color it was when the animal was alive, basically. You know? Does that make sense?
This information can be used as a template for studying ancient animals. So living dinosaurs are basically the color key to extinct dinosaurs. In 2010, this idea was put to the test in a place that's famous for its abundant fossils of feathered dinosaurs, China. There, a team of Chinese and British scientists studied what might be one of the most adorable dinosaurs ever, the chicken-sized Sinosauropteryx.
We've got emotes of this guy.
Sinosauropteryx was the first non-avian dinosaur to be discovered with structures of feather-like fluff back in 1996. And after studying the melanosomes found in that fuzz, researchers determined that Sinosauropteryx was ginger. Its downy coat was apparently reddish-brown over most of its body, but its tail was a little different, alternating between light and dark bands, giving it some extra flair. Vinther and his colleagues used this same technique to reconstruct the plumage of another feathery pigeon-sized dinosaur called Anchiornis. And it turns out that this dinosaur looked kind of like punk rock magpie, mostly black and white on its wings and legs with a splash of red on its top. After this, the colors of more dinosaurs were soon revealed. The four-winged Microraptor, it had dark iridescent plumage, kind of like a raven.
So it probably had patterns that like we can't even really perceive, because we can't see into the ultraviolet spectrum.
And one specimen of the little horned dinosaur Psittacosaurus was even found to have melanosomes in its skin, revealing that the dino was dark on top and light underneath. Pretty cool, right? As long as the dinosaur is preserved with feathers or some other structure that keeps melanosomes intact, scientists can figure out their basic colors. Now, this is all awesome and exciting, but these discoveries are about a lot more than just what dinosaurs looked like. They can also tell us about how they lived. For example, in birds, we know that feathers aren't just used for flight. They're also an important part of display behavior. So Sinosauropteryx probably didn't have a banded tail just by chance.
And so the pattern here is actually preserved in the fossil too. So it's, our question asker was wondering about the patterning. By looking at the melanosomes on different parts of the body, you can figure out what the patterning is. So I'll show you a picture. Sinosauropteryx, that famous fossil specimen right there. You can kind of see that on the tail right here. Dark, light, dark, light, dark, light. And so by looking at the melanosomes, the color cells on each of those bands, you can figure out what colors they were. So that pattern is preserved there, which is remarkable. This is such an exquisitely well-preserved specimen that you see the stripes. Nuts, right? That's so cool. Yeah. Super cool.
Display behavior. So Sinosauropteryx probably didn't have a banded tail just by chance. Its flashy pattern tells us that this dinosaur may have had something to say to other members of its species, like that he wanted to claim his territory or show off how fit he was for the ladies. And the pattern found on Psittacosaurus, dark on top and light below, is a common phenomenon seen in lots of modern animals. It's called countershading, and it would have helped this little herbivore blend in while walking through the sun-dappled forest.
Very cool. Brick Lane says, wow, you answered my life's mystery. That's what I'm here for, Brick Lane. Yeah. Thanks for your question.
Thanks to these developments, experts are beginning to uncover the colors of many other feathered dinosaurs, and new types are being found all the time.
Oh, yeah. We've got like 100 species of feathered dinosaur at this point.
We can start answering that question that's been bugging us for so long. And memo to Hollywood, if you're planning on having a Sinosauropteryx in Jurassic World 2, which you should be because they're cute, now you know what color it was.
And it's funny that he mentions that because Sinosauropteryx appeared in a Jurassic World video game.
So confident.
I'm trying to find one without narration. That's annoying. Let's see. Yeah. Sinosauropteryx. Here we go. They actually did a wonderful job with this. It's so funny. Anytime that one of the dinosaurs in this game appears in the Jurassic World films, it's going to be garbage. It's going to be dog water. Because the game developers have to make them look like they do in the movies, and they look like garbage in the movies. But anytime they can be based on a real, based on real dinosaur depictions, they end up looking beautiful. Look at this! Gorgeous! Yeah. And Raziel Bale, I've played this game before. It was years ago. I didn't really enjoy it, to be honest. I don't do a lot of video games. So much of this game was like homework. Busy work. Oh, gotta refuel the generators and do this and do that. I'd rather just look at the dinosaurs and talk about them, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But all good, Raziel. Yeah.
More than a single animal attack. This is pack behavior. Let's learn all we can and minimize the impact as much as possible.
And there they are attacking a goat. Yowza. Goat simulator. Goat predation simulator. Anyway, interesting thing about Sinosauropteryx. and the other quote-unquote compsognathids, other dinosaurs purportedly from this family, they might not be a real family of dinosaurs. Each one of these critters, Sinosauropteryx, Compsognathus, Juravenator, Huashignathus, and Scipionix, they all tend to get lumped together because they're small and kind of nondescript looking, and they don't really share that many anatomical similarities. This might not be a real family of dinosaurs at all. These might just be juveniles, in some cases hatchlings, of other groups of dinosaurs. Allosaurids, Carcharodontosaurs, Tyrannosauroids. There is a chance that Sinosauropteryx, this guy here, that Sinosauropteryx might just be a juvenile Eutyrannus. A juvenile of a much larger dinosaur, which also had feathers. This could be what an adult Sinosauropteryx looks like, in which case the name Sinosauropteryx would stay, because that was named before Eutyrannus. So it could be that Eutyrannus is just an adult Sinosauropteryx. There's a really, really interesting paper that came out recently about this past spring. This is why it's so important to understand dinosaur ontogeny. As dinosaurs grew and developed during their lifetimes, they changed a lot, much more so than you see in a lot of modern mammals. And any modern mammals, really. Probably moving through different niches.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny. So ontogenetic changes are changes that happen during an animal's lifetime. And it turns out many dinosaurs changed a tremendous amount, to the point where different growth stages of the same dinosaur have been named as different species. On multiple occasions, many, many, many times this has happened. You know, an adult looks very different from a juvenile, and so they get different names. We thought they were different kinds of dinosaur entirely, and it turns out they just show dramatic changes during growth. That could be the case with these guys. But we'll see. Yeah, like how tadpoles turn into frogs. That's a pretty extreme example of ontogeny, but yeah, Charlie's Dragon, yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So anyway. And how do Compsognathus and relatives compare to the known young of larger theropods? We don't have known young from most of these big theropods. That's the thing, Crimson Carnotaurus. We don't have, like, hatchling Allosaurus, as far as I know. We don't have hatchling Carcharodontosaurs. We don't have hatchling Tyrannosaurs. And that would help solve that mystery. Where are all the hatchlings? Where are they? Why have they never been described? So yeah. Yeah. Isn't there a baby Tarbosaurus known? It's a juvenile, but it's not a baby. We call it a baby just because it's very small. But, sucker's still like 6 feet long. You know? There we go. And it does look like if you were to take a Compsognathid, like Sinosauropteryx, and just embiggen it, this does look a lot like that. You know? So yeah. Yeah. That scale bar right there is a, I think, 10 centimeter SVP scale bar. Is it 10 or 25? I think it's 10 centimeters. Yeah. So, like, just that animal's head is, like, bigger than a Sinosauropteryx body. You know? This is what we call a baby, because it's the smallest one we have for a Tyrannosaur. It's not a baby. It's a smaller juvenile. But these things, oh man, they've got so much growth during their lifetimes that I would not be shocked if they've got really dramatic changes. You know? If the young do look like Compsognathans, I would not be that surprised. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho.
Ontogeny.
A new update for Prehistoric Kingdom just dropped. Well, well, well. I'm not aware of this. Of course it has to be right before SVP. I'm not gonna have time to do this. Californian Redwoods. Ah. Very cool. Apatosaurus. Beautiful. Brontosaurus, probably the same animal, but they're splitting them here. Ankylosaurus, lovely. That is such a beautiful depiction of Ankylosaurus. Holy cow, that's gorgeous. Nice. Very cool. Staff training? Okay. Oh. New tutorials, very nice. That is gorgeous. I love that Ankylosaurus. Stupendous. Fantastic. I wish this had come out after SVP, then I could have played it. But, we're not gonna have time. October 28th, that's during SVP. Bad timing. Anyway, I'm excited. Like, I'm glad that this is out there. This is a wonderful game. I did a review of this. If you search on YouTube, Paleontologist reviews Prehistoric Kingdom. There we go. I did a review of this game. If you love dinosaurs, if you like to learn about them, if you'd like to see them scientifically accurate and beautifully rendered in a wildlife park setting, then Prehistoric Kingdom is the game you've been waiting for. But given that this is a game review, I have a bit of a confession to make. I am not what you would call a gamer. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and I work on dinosaurs. Yeah, this is how you discover the channel. Cool, Dustosaurus. That's awesome. I discover them, I excavate them. And Caterpillar, they sent me a free copy of the game. Publish on them. The developers did. And nowadays I talk about them every weekday on Twitch as a means of science outreach. Yep. Lately my viewers have been very excited about this new game, and the little independent studio that's been working on it sent me an advance copy. Mm-hmm. Prehistoric Kingdom follows the same basic premise as other dinosaur park tycoon games. You build enclosures, guest amenities, you add new creatures. You know the drill. I'm not really qualified to talk about the intricacies of game mechanics. I don't know a lot about stuff like that. What I can talk to you about is the game's depiction of dinosaurs. Now, paleontologists are just starting to really examine the impact that video games have on the public's understanding of our science. I see it every day when viewers on Twitch ask me questions pertaining to dinosaur games. For many of them, video games are their primary interaction with dinosaur science. For better or for worse, these games have a big impact. Now, from what I've seen so far, Prehistoric Kingdom seems like it's going to have a very positive impact. In fact, I think it could be a wonderful tool for paleontology education. And I think it has been and will continue to be. Here's a link to this video if you want to watch the rest of it. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Spacey. Yeah, no, I agree. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Is that game on? Of course it is, Dark Jacoba. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big game, Prehistoric Kingdom. Like, they've had some real success with it. And I'm happy about that. It's good stuff. Yeah. Here, getting back into Charles our Knight. Let's watch this little clip, and then we've got a couple of longer ones. One of which I'm very excited to show you. It's from an IMAX film, which it's delightful. Anyway, let's watch this one first, though.
The public was now ready for the next big thrill. That's when three men, Charles R. Knight, Willis O'Brien, and Roy Chapman Andrews, entered the picture.
Yeah.
They succeeded in making paleontology.
And here, I should actually go like this so we don't get copyright struck on YouTube. Video doesn't get flagged. Yep. And he was asked to do an illustration for AMNH of an entelodont. This was his first ever depiction of an extinct animal. This is what launched his career, basically. Was this animal right here? An entelodont is a kind of a pig-like artiodactyl, a hoofed mammal. And I think it was, it wasn't William Diller Matthew, it was Arthur Coggeshall who commissioned Knight to do this. Entelodon, then known as Elotherium, the first commissioned restoration of an extinct animal by Charles R. Knight, 1894. Oh, is Jacob Wortman. Ah. There we go. He commissioned Knight to make this illustration for the museum. And he was just delighted with it. And from here, things just snowballed. Everybody wanted Charles Knight to illustrate their extinct critters.
Charles R. Knight is probably the most important paleoartist who ever lived.
Agreed.
He was really the artist who defined dinosaurs for the rest of the world.
Yep.
The reason his work had such an impact was twofold. He was not only able to convey the scientific information to the public, he did it in a powerful and dramatic way.
Yeah.
Knight went on to create an enormous body of work for museums in New York and Chicago.
New York, Chicago, the Yale Peabody Museum has some of Knight's work. The museum in Minneapolis that I'm going to be visiting next week for SVP also has some of Knight's work as well. Lots and lots and lots of different museums throughout the U.S. have got artworks by Charles R. Knight. Los Angeles, the museum, Natural History Museum in L.A., they've got some of his work too.
He also painted murals of the more recently extinct mammals that lived around the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. Knight's art created a new level of experience for the museum-going public. They could now see depictions of the animals in life, as well as the bones themselves.
Pretty cool stuff. And then this helped to influence some of the stuff that came after him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sparkle Nerd, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Who did King Kong? And The Lost World. Yep. The creator of Sherlock Holmes, yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to the rest of this video. Really lovely kind of primer on the history of dinosaur science. Great clips in it. Nice, like, talking head sequences with various paleontologists. It's good stuff. Dinosaur Secrets Revealed is the title, from 2002. Anyhow. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, are you heading straight home after the convention? It's not a convention, it's a conference. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. I am heading straight home after that, yeah. But we are visiting the museum. The big, the welcome reception. For that, they are busing us to, here, let's see. Program schedule. Yeah, they're busing us to the Science Museum of Minnesota for the welcome reception. I will not be doing IRL streams from there because A, there's going to be 1,000 paleontologists there, and my priority there's not streaming. I'm there to keep up to date with my science, to make professional connections, you know, to do my job as a paleontologist. Also, I don't have a spare $500 to buy mobile data for the month. This stuff is expensive, and I don't have that I just don't have that right now. So yeah. Anyway, how many paleontologists can you fit in a room? How big is the room, Caterpillar? The science of networking. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. What's going to be really nice is that, I don't know. I was telling Ios and Lordy this. Actually, no, I guess I was just telling Lordy this. I'm so excited for SVP this year. For the meeting, because the last time I went to SVP, I only really knew folks from a couple different museums. I didn't have a big friend group yet. This year, you know, I know people from, of course, from Museum of the Rockies, back when I worked there, from the University of California Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley, the Carter County Museum in Ekalaka, Montana. I know folks who now work at a bunch of different museums that I went to school with, you know, in Montana, or from people here in Berkeley. Bunch of folks from Utah now with my work at the Utah Geological Survey. Bunch of connections that I've made through my work in Wyoming. I know people from all over the place now. And so I'm just really, really excited to be there and know a ton of people. Already have personal connections. And I'll be making more personal connections. And as a scientist, that's really important. So it's... Oh, I'm excited. I'm very excited. Yeah. And it's gonna be your first time. Yeah, I think that's gonna be awesome. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. SVP is one of those things where, oh man, it's a whirlwind. It's an absolute whirlwind. Here's the preliminary program schedule here. Poster sessions and various technical sessions with talks and stuff like that every single day. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, just chock full of fossil science. I'm really, really glad that I got my flu shot and my COVID booster before this. So I don't have to worry as much about getting sick, because so many people get, you know, conference flu after this. Yeah. I don't know. I rarely get sick anyway, but you always kind of worry about stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Enjoy the inevitable first fist fight in the theropod session, says Ken. Oh, boy. Yeah. That's going to be fun. And there's going to be some controversial talks. I was looking at the abstract volume. I'm already started picking out which ones I want to go to. We'll talk more about this on Friday. Again, as a reminder, I am taking tomorrow off to work on my posters. I've got 3 posters that I have to do work for now. So I'm taking tomorrow off of streaming to work on my posters. And then we're making up for that on Friday. I don't normally stream on Fridays anymore. I'm streaming this Friday. And we'll be talking all about SVP and everything then. So it's going to be good. Yeah. And 3 posters, Salamander. Yeah. 2 are my own, and another poster I'm a secondary or tertiary author on. But they need some help with poster design and everything, so I'm going to be picking up a lot of that slack. Yeah. Anyhow, it's going to be a lot of work. But that's why I'm taking tomorrow off. So no stream tomorrow. We'll be making up for that on Friday. Then late Friday night, I fly out to the Midwest. And then all next week, no streams. Sorry. I can't stream from the conference. I'm going to be too busy anyway. This is my time to keep up to date with the latest movings and shakings of vertebrate paleontology, so I can continue to bring you good information and, you know, the inside story about stuff. Of course, nothing that's, you know, nothing is confidential yet. But just keeping up to date, making sure that I've got the current consensus about things, that I'm not falling behind the times there. I like to think that the best thing that I offer you as viewers is that inside perspective. You know? Like, I guess you could call me a professional science communicator at this point. Because I am, that's how I make my living. But I'm also a scientist, you know? Like, I do work in this field. I'm actively doing excavations, conducting research, publishing papers. And I like to think that inside track there, that provides something special that you don't really get elsewhere, you know? There's a lot of people who are very enthusiastic about fossils, and that's wonderful. Some of these people are really, really good at communicating scientific information. Awesome. I don't mean that in a condescending, like, that is, we really need that. Holy cow. I like to think that it provides something really cool, too, when someone actually is there on the inside doing the work, too. And if I can combine that with good science communication, I think we've got something special here. But that takes a lot of work. This field moves so quickly. We are in a golden age of vertebrate paleontology right now, especially as concerns dinosaurs. Like Jim Kirkland is fond of saying, these are the good old days. Right now. And it takes a lot of work. It's a full-time job trying to keep up with the literature, trying to stay up to date with all the cool stuff happening in this field. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Yeah. There you go, activated complex. Is that a Ferris Bueller line right there? Pass moves pretty fast. If you stop and dig around once in a while... Oh, if you don't stop and dig around once in a while, you could miss it. Yeah, agreed. No, it is really true. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff. Back to our topic for today. Charles R. Knight, famed paleoartist. There's a lovely sequence in this American Experience documentary about the bone wars between Marsh and Cope. This is almost kind of an origin story for Charles Knight as the world-class paleoartist. Take a look at this. I think you'll really like this sequence here.
The Cope-Marsh rivalry, 3 decades long, had cost both men dearly. And neither had much time left. By 1897, Cope's health had failed, his body now ravaged by severe kidney disease.
Some context here. Let's go back a titch. I realize, I gotta remember, this is a live broadcast. People are trickling in and out. These two guys, Othniel Charles Marsh right here and Edward Drinker Cope over there, these were 2 of America's 3 original paleontologists. During the Wild West days, these guys had this fierce rivalry. They started off as friends, and then they had a falling out, and they each competed to find the most fossils and publish the most papers, and they hated each other's guts. So they would send all of these crews out from the East Coast, where they lived and worked, out to the American West. And they spent massive sums of money sending these crews out to collect fossils, to try and find the most and the best new specimens, and then, you know, get all these different genera and species published. And there was a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth. There was a lot of strife.
Those claws on the wings are
Lunisaurus,
once again invaluable.
Thank you for the 22 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lunisaurus.
Paleobirds are dinos 3.
For the past 22 months.
Are dinos 3. Paleobirds are dinos 3.
Anyway, this resulted with many of today's most well-known dinosaurs and other extinct critters being discovered and named. Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus, Allosaurus, Triceratops, Coelophysis, many others. Holy cow. And then things go, they sabotage each other to the point where they just destroy each other and themselves. And, yeah. Anyway.
Washington now wanted any fossils that had been paid for with survey funds.
Marsh is literally buried in crates of dinosaurs.
Caterpillar says competition is good. Not this kind of competition. I mean, if the two had worked together, think of what they could have achieved. Instead, they made messes that we are still cleaning up to this very day. Taxonomic messes, anatomical messes, and if they had just stayed friends, they could have done some truly great things. But they were both very flawed men, and in some ways, well, oh boy. There was a United States Department of Paleontology that was formed during this time, and it was dismantled because of Cope and Marsh. I'll put it that way. You know, there were like big government funds going into funding fossil science. There is an official U.S. Department of Paleontology. And it basically was destroyed by this feud. You know?
Dinosaur bones, and he did not know which belonged to Yale and which belonged to the federal government. There was no catalog. Marsh had not done his accounting properly. He effectively failed the audit. And so Marsh had set this trap for Cope and inadvertently ensnared himself in it.
Yep.
More than 80 tons of fossils had to be shipped to Washington. A small part of Marsh's collection, but a painful loss for a man who had jealously guarded every bone.
His days as being the premier man of science, the premier paleontologist, all that stuff was gone. He was basically finished as a man of science.
The Cope-Marsh rivalry, 3 decades long, had cost both men dearly.
Yep.
And neither had much time left. By 1897, Cope's health had failed, his body now ravaged by severe kidney disease. In his room in Philadelphia, Cope was treating himself with massive amounts of morphine and belladonna when he received an unexpected call. A young artist named Charles Knight implored Cope to help him show the world what dinosaurs had looked like when they walked the earth. Even though he was close to death, the scientist brought out his private notebooks to help the artist put flesh on the bones he had spent a lifetime unearthing and trying to understand.
Such a bittersweet thing.
For the better part of 2 weeks, Cope brings the vanished world to life. How these creatures stood, how they walked across the landscape, what they fed on. That imaginative leap from anatomy to life. In some ways, it's the last testament of this paleontologist who only has a little time left.
Yep.
When they were finally done, an exhausted Cope asked Knight to help him hide the notebooks under his bed. Even at the end of his life, Cope was sure that if he let down his guard for a minute, Marsh would steal his work. A few days later, he was found dead in his room at age 56.
Jeez. It was from that meeting that Charles Knight, I think, got some of his insight. So much of what Charles Knight had, we don't want music right here. So much of what Charles Knight had came from his direct study of animals, sketching them from life, observing them in the flesh, watching them behave, watching them stand, watching them sleep, everything else. But that can only translate up to a point when it comes to extinct animals. This, time that he had with Cope, looking through his notebooks and having conversations with him and just kind of learning his secrets, getting that kind of cutting-edge science. Like we've been talking about with SVP next week. He was able to get that. And that's crucially important. That kind of set Cope up for the rest of his career in a way. It gave him something that no other artist had at the time. Because Cope was so secretive, I think this is a big part of Charles R. Knight's success was this time that he spent with Edward Drinker Cope. Oh, yeah. Hylocomium wants to know, did Marsh try to steal Cope's work after Cope died? No. Because he died, the same year. These two men were so pig-headed and so absorbed and consumed by this bitter hatred of each other that once Cope died, it's like Marsh didn't have anything to live for anymore. And he died very shortly thereafter. I think it might have been in the next couple of years.
He had spent a lifetime unearthing and trying to understand.
Anyway, yeah, so back to night here, and then we'll watch till the end, I guess.
2 weeks, Cope brings the vanished world to life. How these creatures stood, how they walked across the landscape, what they fed on. That imaginative leap from anatomy to life. In some ways, it's the last testament of this paleontologist who only has a little time left.
When they were finally done, an exhausted Cope asked Knight to help him hide the notebooks under his bed.
Yep.
Even at the end of his life, Cope was sure that if he let down his guard for a minute, Marsh would steal his work.
I'll see you later, SkyTech. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
A few days later, he was found dead in his room at age 56.
He was found dead. He may have died a few days before that.
Marsh didn't last much longer.
Nope.
On a February night in 1899, after a dispiriting trip to the Smithsonian to resolve the fate of his collection, he walked home from the train station in a cold rain and contracted pneumonia.
Yep.
He died 2 weeks later, a mere $186 in his bank account.
Jeez. And this is someone who was not wealthy in life, but his uncle was George Peabody. You know, his uncle was one of the wealthiest men on the planet who funded much of Marsh's career. He shouldn't have died with only $186 in his bank account. $186 was more money back then, but still.
I doubt, wrote a colleague, whether his most intimate friends penetrated the recesses, or really in any measure understood him. He was 68 years old.
Marsh was older than Cope to start with, by like 10 years or something like that.
Despite their bitter feud, or perhaps because of it, Edward Cope and O.C. Marsh changed the face of American science. Cope left behind a vast body of scholarship, 13,000 specimens, and a broad view of prehistoric life.
Yep.
Marsh left an even bigger fossil collection, including dozens of iconic dinosaurs.
Yep.
And some of the best evidence of evolution.
Yes, indeed.
Most American paleontological work descends from Cope and Marsh.
Yep, and that's the thing. Maybe this is something, not maybe, this is always a topic of conversation among paleontologists if you hang out for long enough. It's like, oh, are you descended from Marsh? Or are you descended from Cope? If you're here in the United States. They were America's two of America's three, well, no. For paleontologists with descendants, they are the two that everybody stems from. When I'm talking with people like Don DeBlue, or Jim Kirkland, or Denver Fowler, or Kerry Woodruff, or whoever, we can trace our ancestry back to either Marsh or Cope. With the research programs that they started, and the acolytes and apprentices and workmen and preparators and everybody that they had. And I can actually trace my ancestry back to Marsh and Cope, depending on kind of which angle I go from. With some of my mentors and the people that have taught me over the years, the people that I am descended from academically. And there's a neat resource that you can look at. The Academic Family Tree. I'll give you a link. But, let's see. I guess we do evolutionary biology, because they don't have paleontology. Let's look for Jim Kirkland. Might be James Kirkland. Oh, is Jim not on here? Let's try John R. Horner. Is this the same Jack Horner that I'm descended from? Missouri. I think that's him, but that doesn't quite work. Let's try Kevin Padian. That'll work. And I think he goes back to Cope. Kevin Padian. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Kevin Padian right there. So we can trace him back to John Ostrom. And then back to Edwin H. Colbert, William King Gregory, Henry Fairfield Osborn, and Osborn is an acolyte of Cope. Osborn goes back to William Henry Welch, and then... Oh, this doesn't really show it. It's... Some of these things are kind of oblique, and it's like, who is actually your advisor? And Cope wasn't actually anybody's, like, official advisor. But Osborn is definitely a Cope acolyte, and so Kevin Padian, you can trace his ancestry back to Edward Drinker Cope. Let's try it with, Cope and Marsh are Luca, kind of, Caterpillar, yeah. They are the Lucas, the last universal common ancestors. They're not universal, but they're the last, what's a word that's not universal, but it is... It's not all-encompassing, but it's most encompassing? Mostly encompassing? I don't know. Anyway, give me the name of another vertebrate paleontologist, chat, and we'll look them up. Let's see... Anybody? Name of another vertebrate paleontologist. Shubin. Thank you, Claire Burr. Neil Shubin. There we go. Yeah. Neil Shubin, descendant of Farish Jenkins. Crompton. Clive Forrester Cooper. I think this goes back to Cope in Philadelphia. If we get a Marsh guy, then it'll be easier to, like, go back to Marsh at the Peabody Museum, but anyway. So Neil Shubin is a descendant of Edward Drinker Cope. Yeah. Mary, which Mary, Claire Burr? If you're talking about Mary Schweitzer, she goes back to Jack Horner, who goes back to, I think, Marsh and Cope, depending on how you count it. But anyway. For evolutionary biologists, here is the link right there. It's, oh, Matt Lamana. Thank you, Ken. Yes. Matthew Lamana. Matthew C. Lamana. Matt Lamana goes back to Peter Dodson. That goes back to John Ostrom, which goes back to, who goes back to Edwin Colbert, William King Gregory, AM&H, who goes back to Osborn, who goes back to Cope. So there you go. Tom Holtz, Tone Rebellion. All right. There we go. Tom Holtz. You can trace him back to Ostrom, which takes you back to Henry Fairfield Osborn, which takes you back to Cope. We're getting all Cope guys so far. Cope descendants. But, well, but the thing is also Ostrom, you could trace Ostrom back to... that's the thing, is you can trace Ostrom back to Colbert at AM&H, and back to Osborne and back to Cope. But Ostrom is also a descendant of Marsh, because Ostrom worked at the Yale Peabody Museum, which was established by Othniel Charles Marsh. So anybody that Ostrom is descended from is also a Marsh descendant. So it is very... You get that cross-pollination there, you know? Yeah, he also goes to Ostrom. There you go, Ken, yeah. Yeah. And Albert Chen, I don't know them, but interesting, Deathsaurus. Yeah. And Sheila Dum says, why is that important? I don't know if it's important, but it's interesting at least. That, like, these two paleontologists back at the beginning of things, in the Wild West days, they had descendants who... They still have descendants today, all of us, you know?
Including dozens of iconic dinosaurs and some of the best evidence of evolution.
Most American paleontological work descends from Cope and Marsh.
Yep.
They really do lay an extraordinary foundation for the work that will go on in the 20th century.
The fact these guys got there, took these things out of the ground and put them back where we can maintain them under these museum conditions, it's great service to all of us.
That's true. And Jacques Gauthier there is, well, shoot, he's a direct descendant of both Cope and Marsh. He studied under Ostrom, I believe. Was it under Padian and then under Ostrom? Anyway, he's a descendant of Ostrom. Ostrom is himself a descendant of both Cope and Marsh. Yeah.
And even at the time, if they couldn't see what it is that was at stake with this stuff, we sure can now.
Yeah.
They both were called by the beauty of the big game hunt. The big game hunt in deep time, and that's a very special thing.
Anyhow, give you a link to this video here. Highly recommend. Really, really well produced documentary. And with that, I'll show you this. We've got a lovely PDF. If you want to find out more about the life of Charles R. Knight, his work, his influence, all of that, there is a phenomenal PDF here. And I'll link to you right here. Those of you joined us recently, just a brief overview of Charles R. Knight's life. Born in 1874 in Brooklyn, New York, spent most of his life in Manhattan, painted thousands of animals from the farthest reaches of the earth. Today he is best remembered as the father of paleo art, who opened a window into prehistoric times. Beginning in the 1890s, he dominated the genre for almost half a century, creating vistas of long-vanished animals and landscapes no human had ever beheld. He did not grow up drawing dinosaurs. No one did at the time. No one yet knew how they looked. This doesn't really get into his... Oh, it does. Knight developed his artistic talent despite the fact that when he was 6, his right eye had been severely damaged by a pebble thrown by another child. Not only did he inherit really significant astigmatism
for American experience
from his father. His father had very poor eyesight. He inherited that. And then on top of it, his right eye, he was essentially blind in his right eye. Severely damaged by a pebble thrown by another child. This, he later wrote, imposed a great deal of extra work upon my left eye, which is already both nearsighted and astigmatic to a marked degree. As he reached young adulthood, Knight became increasingly unable to distinguish distant objects clearly, and he knew that his eyesight was failing. It continued to deteriorate, exacerbated later by cataracts, so that for much of his life, Knight was legally blind. Somehow he persevered, refused to call attention to his handicap, and produced some of his greatest murals when he could barely see at all, a feat of astounding courage. He became totally blind roughly 2 years before his death. Amazing. Yeah. Lots of incredible tidbits in this PDF. Again, I put the link in there in chat for you. Near legendary figure. Not near. He is a legendary figure. I think this next clip actually helps highlight that. Well, it's loading. But this is a, I think, 1998 film called T-Rex Back to the Cretaceous. This was an IMAX film that came out in 1998, kind of purposefully designed for IMAX cinemas and museums and stuff. We'll play a few clips to kind of set it up, and then we've got a filmic portrayal of Charles R. Knight, and you could just feel that he has become a legend in this. I mean, the way that he's portrayed, when you see it, you'll get it. It's kind of nuts. I love this portrayal. It's pretty excellent. I'm trying to get this to load in Internet Archive, and oh boy, are they still having trouble? I don't know if this is going to load. I might have to find it on my hard drive here. Hang on a second. Yeah, my hard drive is being super slow. I've got an external hard drive, and it's a little... How much does that hyphen annoy you? A lot, Rakadactylus. Yeah. Here's a link to the Internet Archive, archive.org page. It's not loading right now. I'm going to have to try and find this on my hard drive here. Movie films folder. There we go. Oh, IMAX film. You get the idea. So, sweeping photography of the prairies of Alberta, Canada, and then into the Badlands, the Red Deer River.
Trying to figure out how dinosaurs evolved.
Lovely depiction of a dig site here. I've actually watched this with paleontological crews in the field, and it's really funny because, like, some of this stuff is pretty good, but nobody is this well funded. This is nuts, you know?
About being a paleontologist.
So this is, oh, lovely Tyrannosaur there. You never find him like this.
Any other questions?
Why'd they disappear?
Well, they didn't actually disappear. Most of them became extinct, but there were survivors. Birds,
anyway,
for instance. That's what evolution
so
does.
the
Birds? You mean?
This is it's not really a documentary. It's a dramatic film, IMAX film, centered around this gal who's the daughter of a paleontologist. She really wants to be a dinosaur paleontologist herself.
And that chicken I ate for lunch? That might have been a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
Not exactly, but there is a link. T-Rex and the other theropods walked on their hind legs. They had flexible ankle and hip
Anyway.
joints. And like a chicken, they had 3 clawed toes on each foot. And
Science fiction. There you go, Death Source, yeah.
about the only thing they didn't
Oh, it
have.
gets weirder. I love this film.
There's a definite connection.
It gets so much weirder.
But
I love this.
There's still a lot we don't know, especially about T-Rex.
And lots of other dinosaurs. We actually know more about T-Rex than most other dinosaurs.
I was happy to have my summer job at the museum, but I really wanted to be at the dig site alongside Dad.
Anyway.
The possibility of unearthing the next great find.
But she's not ready to be out in the field. That's what her dad thinks anyway. Because it's dangerous, and then... Yeah. Yeah.
We, oh, careful.
Oh.
Wait, Dad, hi.
Allie?
It's me. I'm here.
Allie, hi. Can you hear me? Wait, say that again. I couldn't hear you. What?
Did you find anything?
Yes, that's why I'm calling. Looks like I have to be here for a few more weeks. We made an amazing discovery today, Allie. Amazing.
That's great. What is it?
Well, I'm not sure. It could be an egg stealer from Lake Cretaceous.
Anyway, she really wants to go out to the field.
We just have to get out of there first and back to the
Come on, Dad, let me go out into the field.
Dad, you've got to let me come.
Say that again?
Dr. Hayden, everyone's waiting.
I'll be right
Oh,
there.
teenage angst. I want to go out into the field, Dad.
Wait, I couldn't hear you. What'd you
Dad,
say?
you could use me out there.
Honey, I think you're better off at home.
Dad.
Not this time, Allie.
Well, then when? Next century? Because that's what you always say.
Next century, Dad.
How's your mom?
Great. She's fine.
Great,
Great.
Wait, I forgot she has a mom. I thought...
Well, say hi to her for me.
And usually movies like this, it's like...
Dr. Hayden?
No, there's no mom or something.
Sweetie, I love you, okay? I have to go now. I'll
But
call you
Dad!
back. I'll call you back. Goodbye.
The summer's dig had been a great success, and Dad and his assistants returned with many new specimens.
Anyway, so her dad comes back. Oh, there's a Charles Arnott painting right there, I believe. Yeah.
Well, for most.
May I have your attention, please? The Museum of Natural History is now closing. Thank you for visiting.
Anywho, so her dad brings this thing back, and she's like, "Oh, it's an egg," and he's like, "I'm not sure if it's an egg, but it is like shaped like a big theropod egg."
Okay. First thing in the morning, then. All right? Okay. Probably dino dung. Maybe an egg. We don't know.
Maybe it's a T-Rex egg.
She's like obsessed with T-Rex. Anyway,
Look at this.
Oh. Parental instincts. What's this?
is this a Gremlins-esque situation? Oh boy, Dame Karen, it's better than that.
No one's ever found a Tyrannosaurus egg before. In fact, there's no evidence that suggests this sort of parental instinct at all, sweetie.
It's speculation, drawn on fact.
Well, yeah, you wanted to be a paleontologist, right?
He's being a little condescending to her. Come on, Dad.
But to make these kinds of direct connections without hard evidence, fossil record, I mean,
You know, Charles Knight made the same kind of connections, and his paintings
we're
were...
from the 1920s. Sweetie, the man was a genius, but from another era.
Charles R. Knight, a genius.
Well, Dad, I made this computer graphic that shows how birds and dinosaurs are...
Hi, Allie. You need to meet with Dr. Curry and Dr. Barnes regarding the Smithsonian presentation.
That's Phil Curry there. It's a reference to a real paleontologist.
Mind if I borrow your father for a minute?
Sorry, Allie. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
I hated to admit it, but Dad was right.
Anyway.
I hadn't enough facts to support my theory. That's the frustration of paleontology. When the world you study existed millions of years ago, how can you prove anything for sure?
Whoa, uh-oh. Watch.
Oh no!
Oh boy. love this movie so much. And she starts... Oh, man, she's going on a trip right here. Way too dead. There you go.
Dad?
Anywho, how many times has this happened to you, Danny? Mikey likes this is little known secret of paleontologists is that we all inhale mysterious fumes from bizarre fossilized ovoid shapes, and then we can see into the past. That's how it works, you know?
Smaller than Tyrannosaurus Rex.
One of the last dinosaurs to live in this region was Tyrannosaurus Rex. This famous dinosaur.
Anyway, so she just kind of continues through there. Her dad's looking for her. And, yeah, so she's, wigging out, stumbling through this museum. This is a sequence I wanted to show you here. I love this so much.
Sorry, I thought you were...
A little more burnt umber.
It's Charles R. Knight.
Oh my God. You're Charles Knight.
Do I know you?
No. No, but I really admire your work.
Thank you. It took me years perfecting my technique.
Your Stegosaurus was really accurate. But Your T-Rex was a bit off. They didn't have 3 fingers, it's 2.
What a
Von
know-it-all.
Braun. The skeletons he brought back from the Red Deer River weren't complete. So, we took a guess.
Not exactly good science.
You know who you're talking to there? That's Charles Knight. Have some respect.
Can I ask you something? When you called Archaeopteryx the bird reptile a little dinosaur, how did you know? I mean, weren't you afraid of being wrong?
Similar bone structure. Seemed a safe conclusion, but you can't be afraid to make a mistake.
Your paintings seem so real. I mean, it's like you actually knew what dinosaurs looked like.
Well, you study anatomy, examine skeletons, watch animals, and then, with a bit of imagination, you put yourself back in time. You seem to have that ability.
Do you really think so, Mr. Knight? Oh.
Dad? Anyway, there you go. Charles R. Knight, born on this very day, 1874, was it? $1874. Well. $150 years ago today. Happy sesquicentennial birthday, Charles R. Knight. Thank you everybody for watching, following along. I hope you've got a newfound appreciation, understanding, and enthusiasm for paleo art and why it's so important. And I hope that you've got all the same stuff for this remarkably important paleo artist here. That said, let's go ahead and wrap up today's stream. I've got some stuff I got to take care of. Let's do that. We'll put a Smilodon under our credits here. Ms. Yvette says, thank you, Denny. This is a special stream. You're welcome, Ms. Yvette. I'm glad you enjoyed. Don't go away, everybody. We're going to find somebody to raid into here. And thank you to everyone who's appearing in our credits. New followers, new subscribers, cheerers and gifters, and everybody else. I appreciate you. Let's see here. Let's go say hello to Cyant Streams here, shall we? Doing some science here on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Cheerers, followers, raiders, moderators. Thank you for your hard work and your attention and your devotion to this community, making this safe, fun, welcoming for everybody. Appreciate that tremendously. Thank you to everybody who helps make these streams possible, whether you're just a lurker, not just a lurker. Lurkers are very important. Watching and getting those viewership numbers up. Whether you're a financial supporter through subscribing or cheering or gifting. I appreciate you all so much. Happy birthday, Charles R. Knight. Happy Monday, everybody. I will not be streaming tomorrow because I got to work on my SVP posters, including doing some of my own illustrations I got to finish. But I'll be back on Wednesday, and then we'll be doing a makeup stream on Friday, too, before SVP. You all take care of yourselves. Thanks for being